what happens when you give a brilliant mind, someone who is just drowning in boredom, the power of a god? Well, that's the story we're diving into today. It's a story all about justice, ego, and one single black notebook that completely rewrites the world. So let's break down how this iconic anti-hero got his start. This right here, this isn't just some throwaway line. This is the core belief that drives the entire story. It's this deep, cynical feeling that's fed every single day by a news cycle just full of crime and corruption. It's daily proof that the world isn't just a little flawed, it's completely broken. And the person thinking this, his name is Light Yagami. Now, if you looked at him from the outside, you'd think he's perfect. He's literally the top high school student in all of Japan. But under that perfect exterior is a mind that is just festering with boredom and a serious contempt for the world he's about to inherit. And look, this is way more than just teenage angst. Light genuinely feels like his genius is being squandered. I mean, he's acing every test, he's outsmarting everyone around him, and for what? So he can become just another cog in a system he already knows is broken? He's basically a ticking time bomb of potential, just waiting for a spark. And then the spark falls. Not with a big explosion, but with a quiet little thud. Right in the middle of class, a plain black notebook drops out of the sky. And on the cover, just 2 words, Death Note. This is it. This is the moment, as boring as it seems, that's going to unravel his entire world. So what in the world is this thing? Well, the first page is, wow, it's chillingly direct. It's a tool belonging to a Shinigami, that's a god of death. And its function is brutally simple. The human whose name is written inside will die. But it's the little details that make it so creepy. This isn't just some vague curse. You have to picture the person's face while you write, which, is a pretty smart way to make sure you don't kill the wrong John Smith. You can even write down how they die. And if you don't, it just defaults to a heart attack. For a prank, these rules are suspiciously well thought out. So what's his first reaction? Total disbelief. I mean, this has got to be some kind of elaborate sick joke, right? Like a chain letter. But those specific rules, they plant this tiny seed of curiosity. And with that curiosity comes the first big moral question he asks himself. If this thing is real, does using it make me a murderer? And that question, it just won't leave him alone. Is it a prank? Or is it actual power? He has to know. There's really only one way to find out. So, fueled mostly by disbelief, but also by this dangerous little bit of hope, Light decides it's time to run an experiment. Now, his choice for a test subject is just cold and calculated. This isn't some random person on the street. No, he picks a violent criminal who's in the middle of a hostage situation being broadcast live on TV. It's the perfect test, right? The results will be public, and in Light's mind, it's totally justifiable. He's not just testing the notebook, he's already starting to pass judgment. So, he does it. He writes the name Kuro Oharada. The 40-second countdown starts. He's just staring at his TV. 30 seconds pass. Nothing. He's probably thinking, yeah, okay, what a joke. But then, exactly at the 40-second mark, the news report just explodes into chaos. The hostages are running out. The suspect has just collapsed. The cause of death? A heart attack. And his reaction isn't excitement or triumph. It's just pure denial. It's a coincidence. It has to be. His super rational brain is just scrambling to find any other possible explanation, anything to avoid the impossible truth that's staring him right in the face. He needs to be 100% sure, so he sets up one last test. This time, it's not on a screen. It's right in front of him. He sees a thug bothering a woman, he writes down the name, and this time he specifies the cause, traffic accident. A few moments later, the guy stumbles into the street and gets hit by a truck. Yeah, there's no room left for coincidence. The power is very, very real. Fast forward 5 days. Light hasn't just accepted the power of the notebook, he's become a master of it. He's been busy, filling up page after page with the names of the world's worst criminals. And just when he's getting comfortable in his new role, the notebook's original owner decides to show up for a little visit. A giant, terrifying god of death named Ryuk. Light, who's now totally convinced he's part of some grand destiny, asks the big question, why me? Why was I chosen? And Ryuk's answer is maybe the best punchline in the whole series. 'Cause I was bored. That's it. There was no grand plan, no divine fate. The power that's about to reshape the entire planet was dropped by a death god who just wanted to see what would happen. But you know what? That revelation doesn't even slow him down for a second. He has this brief, flickering moment of doubt. Who am I to judge other people? But that thought gets immediately crushed by his own massive ego. His logic is simple. No one else has the brains, the drive, or, in his view, the guts to do it. He's not just able to do this, he's the only one who can. And right there, with that one thought, the transformation is complete. The bored high school student is gone. In his place is a self-proclaimed savior with a terrifying new mission: to cleanse the world of all evil and then rule over what's left as its new god. Of course, power like this always comes with a catch. Before Ryuk kicks back to enjoy the show, he's got to go over the fine print. There's a final, crucial warning about the ultimate price for using the Death Note. So Ryuk lays out the terms of the deal. The notebook? It's Light's now. Ryuk isn't here to take his soul, and he's not on Light's side either. He's just a spectator. He does confirm one pretty chilling detail, though. When Light's life is over, Ryuk himself will be the one to write his name in his own notebook. But there's one last, devastating rule he needs to know. And there it is. That's the real cost. You can wield the power of a god, but you give up your afterlife. No heaven, no hell. When you die, your existence is just over. You become nothing. And that really just leaves us with the ultimate question, doesn't it? Light heard that price, and he willingly accepted it. He sacrificed his very soul for the chance to build his version of a perfect world. So if you were in his shoes, if you held that same power, knowing that oblivion was the price, would you pay it? So let's dive into a story about absolute power, a terrifying level of genius, and a cat-and-mouse game where the stakes are, quite literally, life and death. It all kicks off with the discovery of one very, very dark object. And there it is, the first and most terrifying rule. Imagine a simple notebook just falls out of the sky, but it has the power to kill anyone. All you need is their name and their face in your mind. It's a completely impossible weapon. And that's really the million-dollar question, isn't it? What happens when you give that kind of ultimate power to someone who has the smarts and, the ambition to use it on a massive global scale? Well, that question leads us straight to our main character. Yeah, so our story begins with a guy named Light Yagami. He's a brilliant high school student, but he is just bored. He looks at the world and sees it as completely rotten. And then this notebook falls into his hands, and he sees his chance to fix it all. And let's be totally clear about what this thing is. The Death Note basically gives you the power of a god. I mean, think about it. You can pass judgment on anyone from the comfort of your own bedroom. No weapon, no fingerprints, no physical evidence at all. Just a name and a face. And this right here is what makes Light so much more than just a simple killer. His goal isn't just murder, it's to completely tear down society and rebuild it from scratch. He genuinely believes that he's the one to hand out righteous judgment and create this perfect new world, with him, of course, as its god. The power isn't the goal, it's the tool he's going to use to enforce his own brand of absolute justice. And you know what? The world starts to notice, fast. Criminals all over the planet start dropping dead from these mysterious heart attacks. And on the internet, people hiding behind their keyboards give this invisible executioner a name: Kira, which comes from the English word killer. To some people, he's a monster, but to a whole lot of others, he's a savior. But here's the catch. If you're going to become a god, you have to stay looking like a perfect human. And for Light, that means living a crazy double life, hiding the most powerful weapon on the planet. Which brings us to his secret. The amount of discipline this takes is just incredible. Out in public, Light is the perfect son, he's the #1 student, always calm, always helpful. But behind closed doors, he is methodically wiping out the world's criminals, completely obsessed with keeping his secret and his perfect image. Okay, and this is where his genius for deception is just on another level. He doesn't just, stuff the Death Note under his mattress. He builds a masterpiece of a hiding spot. There's a decoy diary to throw people off, a hidden key that's literally the inside of a pen, and, get this, a booby trap rigged to burn the whole thing to ashes if anyone tries to force it open. It's paranoid, it's brilliant, and it's basically flawless. But obviously, you can't have someone taking out criminals on a global scale and expect no one to react. When police forces all over the world are just totally stumped, they're forced to call in their last resort. And the scale of this thing is just staggering. We're talking more than 100 criminals, all dead from sudden, unexplained heart attacks. It's a pattern that just makes no sense scientifically, and it forces the entire international community to admit they're up against something they have never seen before. And so we meet L. This guy is a total enigma. Nobody knows his real name, what he looks like, or even where he is. All they know is one thing. He has never, ever failed to solve a case. He's the world's greatest detective, this super eccentric genius who only takes on cases that he personally finds interesting. And yeah, Kira has definitely got his attention. And L's brilliance is obvious from the get-go. While everyone else saw a bunch of random deaths, L picked up on one tiny detail. The very first criminal Kira killed was a pretty minor guy whose crime was only reported on the news in Japan. From that one little piece of information, he correctly figures out Kira's location. But knowing Kira is somewhere in Japan isn't enough. Lon needs to flush him out to make him show his hand. So he sets up this incredible trap on a global stage, and it's designed to attack Kira's one big weakness, his ego. This is just pure genius. L gets a decoy, a death row inmate who is going to be executed anyway, puts him on TV, and has him say he's L. Light, thinking he's untouchable, immediately kills him to show off his power, and bam, the trap is sprung. The real L comes on the air and reveals the whole broadcast was a fake. It only aired in one specific region of Japan. In one move, he's narrowed Kira's location down from the entire world to a single city. Just checkmate. So Light is completely exposed. For the very first time, someone has outsmarted him. But is he defeated? Not a chance. Instead, right then and there, through the television, these two hidden geniuses speak directly to each other for the first time. That's L's promise. It's calm, it's analytical, and it's dripping with confidence. He doesn't just want to arrest Kira. He wants to bring him to justice in the most final way possible. And Light's response is just as defiant. He doesn't back down for a second. He doubles down. He accepts the challenge and basically declares that he's the real face of justice here. The war has officially begun. So, just like that, the rules of the game are set, and they are simple and they are brutal. For Light to win, he needs to find L's real name and face so he can write it in the death note. For L to win, he has to figure out who Kira is and arrest him. For both of them, the second their identity is revealed, they lose, and they die. Which leaves us with the ultimate question, doesn't it? When you have two perfect minds clashing in a game where the very first mistake means death, who is going to be the one left standing? The self-proclaimed god of the new world, or the world's greatest detective?
All right, let's start with a wild question. What if you could kill anyone, anywhere on Earth, just by knowing their name and their face? Today, we're going to break down one of the greatest intellectual duels ever written. It's a battle between a killer who genuinely believes he's becoming a god and the one man on the planet who might just be brilliant enough to stop him.
So on one side, you've got the world's greatest detective. He's this complete mystery, known only as L. And he doesn't show his face, right? He just appears as this symbol on a screen and broadcasts to the entire world, calling out this invisible killer. He basically vows right then and there to bring him to justice. I mean, talk about a bold move. It's a public declaration of war.
And then you've got the killer. He calls himself Kira. And here's the thing. He doesn't see himself as the bad guy at all. Not even a little bit. In his mind, he is purging the world of evil, dishing out a kind of righteous judgment that, no court ever could. He's not a murderer. He's the self-proclaimed savior of a new world he's building.
So what makes this whole thing so fascinating is just how impossible the task seems. I mean, L is hunting a literal ghost. This killer doesn't need a weapon, he doesn't need a typical motive, he doesn't even need to be in the same country as his victims. All he needs is a name and a face. He's a complete ghost in the system.
And that brings us to the central question, really, that drives this whole story. How in the world do you catch a killer you can't see? When all the normal rules of investigation are just out the window, where do you even begin? This isn't about fingerprints or DNA. It's a battle of pure mind games.
Okay, so the battle lines are drawn. How does L even start this hunt? Well, not with a physical search. He can't. He starts with data. He has to sift through all the chaos and find a single tiny pattern.
And at first, it's a total mess. The police are just swamped. We're talking thousands of calls to the tip line. People claiming they know Kira, people claiming they are Kira,
It's all just noise, complete dead ends, and this forces L to do something smart. Ignore all the public chatter and focus on the only evidence that can't lie, the victims.
And this is where he gets his first big break. He starts analyzing the timing of the deaths, and boom, a pattern emerges. He sees that most victims die on weekdays, kind of in that sweet spot after school but before it gets super late. But on weekends and holidays, the timings are way more random. So, what does that tell you?
Well, for L, it points to one thing. This timeline, it lines up almost perfectly with the daily schedule of a high school or university student. And just like that, for the very first time, this ghost has a profile.
And working off this student theory, L starts building this psychological profile that is shockingly accurate. He figures Kira is probably driven by this really idealistic but also kind of childish notion of justice. A black and white view of the world. And on top of that, he's got this massive ego, arrogant enough to believe he can and should play God. But there's a huge piece of the puzzle L is missing. A massive one. He doesn't know that his every single move is being watched. See, Kira isn't just the target of this investigation. He's an active player inside of it. Because it turns out Kira is actually Light Yagami, a brilliant high school kid whose own father just so happens to be the chief of the police task force hunting him. And by hacking into his dad's computer, Light gets a live, real-time feed of the entire investigation. He sees everything. So the second Light finds out that L suspects he's a student, he makes a move. Immediately, he completely changes his pattern. He starts killing off low-level criminals, but this time it's every hour on the hour. This new super rigid schedule is designed to do just one thing, make L's student theory look completely ridiculous. But here's the thing, it totally backfires. For L, this sudden, perfect change in pattern is too convenient. It can't be a coincidence. And he realizes instantly that this can only mean one thing. Kira has access to police information. This isn't just a manhunt anymore. It is now a direct, head-to-head chess match.
And Kira's move, it does way more than just challenge L. It injects a kind of poison right into the heart of the investigation. And that poison is pure paranoia.
Think about it from the cops' perspective. They realize the terrifying spot they're in. L, he gets to be anonymous, just a voice on a speaker. But them, they're out there in public with police IDs that have their names and their photos on them. They are walking targets for a killer who needs exactly that information. That fear just becomes overwhelming. The idea that Kira is watching their every move, and that the leak could be the person sitting right next to them, it completely shatters the task force. Majority of the officers, they resign. They're out. This leaves L with just a skeleton crew of the most loyal or maybe just the most reckless detectives. But L, he doesn't even blink. He just adapts. If the leak is inside the Japanese police, fine. He'll use an outside agency. So he secretly brings in the FBI and gives them a mission that is, let's be honest, hugely controversial. Investigate the entire Japanese task force and their families. And this is where the walls really start closing in on Light. It doesn't take him long to realize he's being tailed by an FBI agent. The net is absolutely tightening. But just when it seems like he's cornered, let's call it a supernatural opportunity presents itself. Remember that Shinigami, the god of death named Rook, who dropped the killer notebook in the first place? Well, he shows up and offers Light a serious game changer. It's a power-up that would let him identify and get rid of anyone who stands in his way.
He calls it the Shinigami Eyes, and with this power, Light would be able to see the true name and remaining lifespan of any human just by looking at their face. Think about that. That FBI agent following him, the anonymous L himself, if Light can just get a look at their faces, he'll know their names, and the game is over.
But, of course, there's a catch. And it's a huge one. This ultimate power comes at the ultimate price. To get the Shinigami Eyes, the user has to trade away half of their remaining lifespan. It's a hell of a choice. Basically, you double your power, but you cut your life in half.
So Ryuk just lays it all out there. For Light, who pictures himself ruling this new world for decades and decades, giving up half his life is a devastating cost. But then again, without the eyes, he could be caught tomorrow. The perfect weapon, it seems, requires the perfect sacrifice.
And that really leaves us with a central question, doesn't it? To guarantee your victory, to achieve your own personal version of justice, what part of yourself would you be willing to give up? Is any price too high for the perfect weapon? Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we are diving deep into a truly masterful strategy. This is a seemingly perfect crime, all designed to solve what looks like an absolutely impossible problem. So, let's put ourselves in our protagonist's shoes for a second. Imagine you have the power of a god, right? You can kill anyone, but your biggest threat, your greatest enemy, is just a nameless face in the crowd. A ghost, basically, tracking your every move. So the question is, how on earth do you take out an enemy you can't even name? Okay, so for anyone who might be new to this whole universe, let's quickly break down the weapon at the center of everything. It's called the Death Note. It's this supernatural notebook with a really simple but totally deadly rule. The power is absolute, but, and this is the big catch, it needs one crucial piece of information. You guessed it, a name. Alright, so this is where our story really kicks off. We've got the notebook's user, Light Yagami. Now, this isn't just any guy. He's a brilliant high school student, and he's got this grand plan to, cleanse the world of evil. But he's just hit a major snag, a huge vulnerability in his otherwise perfect design.
And that vulnerability? Well, it has a face, but no name. There's a federal agent tailing him, watching his every move, and this one guy threatens to unravel his entire ambition. Light has to get rid of him. But the Death Note, his ultimate weapon, is basically a blank book without that one key detail.
So you might think, well, there's got to be an easy way out, right? And there is. A simple solution pops up, offered by the notebook's original owner, who happens to be this supernatural creature called a Shinigami. But of course, this easy fix, it comes with a terrible, terrible price. The deal on the table is for something called the Shinigami eyes, and they do exactly what you'd think. They give you the power to see anyone's real name and even how long they have left to live just by looking at them. It's the perfect instant solution to his problem. But the cost, whoa, the cost is half of your remaining lifespan. Yikes.
But Light? He doesn't even hesitate. He immediately turns it down flat. And this tells you everything you need to know about his mindset. See, for him, it's not just about having the power, it's about longevity. He plans to rule over his new, perfect world for a very long time. And giving up half his life? Yeah, that's a non-starter. Absolutely out of the question.
Okay, so the easy way is off the table. What now? Well, this forces Light to get creative. He has to innovate. And this is where his genius really shines. He decides to stop treating the Death Note like some unknowable magic object. Instead, he sees it for what it is, a system, a tool with rules. And if it has rules, they can be tested, understood, and, best of all, exploited.
And his goal here is super specific. He already knows he can control how someone dies. What he needs to figure out is just how much control he has over their actions before that final moment. So what does he do? He uses convicted criminals as his guinea pigs, basically turning the entire prison system into his own private laboratory.
And the results he gets are, well, they're fascinating. He has some clear successes, right? He can make an inmate draw a specific symbol, no problem. He can make another one go to a specific location before dying, easy. But it's the failures that are actually the most revealing. He finds out he can't make someone do the impossible. Can't make them teleport from Japan to Paris in an hour. Can't make them draw a face they've never seen. And he can't make them write down information they just don't know.
So, all this testing leads him to one critical conclusion. The Death Note is powerful, but it's not magic in the miracle sense. It can't perform miracles. It can't teleport people across the globe or just magically implant knowledge into their brains. But, and here's the key, as long as an action is something the target could physically and mentally do on their own, the notebook gives Light total, absolute control.
So now, armed with this crucial piece of knowledge, Light is ready. The experimentation phase is over. It's time to put what he's learned into practice. He starts designing this incredibly intricate, real-world trap. And its only purpose? To force his shadow, his pursuer, to reveal his own name.
It's honestly like a 3-act play, and he sets it up masterfully, disguising the whole thing as just another random violent crime. So Act 1, the cover. He sets up a date to give himself the perfect excuse to be in a specific place at a specific time. Totally believable. Act 2, the pawn. He uses the Death Note to take control of a known dangerous criminal. This guy is now just a puppet, and Light's pulling the strings. And finally, Act 3, the goal. He creates a crisis, a situation so chaotic and dangerous that the agent, who is, a man of duty, will have no choice but to step in and reveal his identity.
And the execution? Man, it is flawless. Everything unfolds with absolute clockwork precision. At 11:31 a.m., all the players are on the board exactly where they need to be. By 11:38, the chaos is working its magic. Just 1 minute later, at 11:39, the pressure gets to be too much, and bingo, the agent identifies himself just as planned. Then, at 11:45, the pawn has served his purpose, and he's neatly removed from the board in what the world will see as just a tragic accident.
And boom, there it is, the checkmate moment. In the middle of all the panic, trying to gain Light's trust and take control of the situation, the agent willingly hands over the one piece of information that seals his own fate. Not just a name and his affiliation. Game over.
But wait, there was one more layer to this plan. Just a touch of pure genius. To make sure the hijacker would actually panic and bolt from the bus at the perfect time, Light had one more trick up his sleeve. He made the criminal touch a tiny scrap of paper from the death note. Why would he do that? Well, because there's another rule. Anyone who touches the notebook can see its Shinigami. So all of a sudden, this hijacker is seeing a horrifying supernatural monster that no one else can see. He completely freaks out, loses his nerve, and runs right off the bus into traffic, exactly as Light's script dictated.
And just like that, the target has a name, Ray Pember. That blind spot that threatened everything? Gone. Eliminated. The perfect crime? It's complete.
Think about it. Light flawlessly identified his enemy. He didn't have to give up half his life. He didn't raise any suspicion. He played the man, he played the rules of the notebook, and he played the supernatural, all at the same time. And it all leaves us with one final, pretty chilling question.
All right, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we are diving into what might be one of the most brilliant and, yeah, absolutely ruthless strategic moves in all of modern fiction. So here's the puzzle. How do you take out 12 elite FBI agents without ever even meeting a single one of them? That is the exact problem facing this brilliant, shadowy vigilante known only as Kira. And his solution? Well, it's a straight-up masterclass in manipulation. Okay, let's get into it. So our story really kicks off with a major problem for Kira. Now, this is a guy who uses a supernatural notebook, the Death Note, you know the one, to execute criminals. And as you can imagine, this crusade of his, it's gotten a lot of attention. Specifically, the attention of the world's best detective, L. And L has just made a huge move. He's secretly sent a team of FBI agents to Japan to start digging into suspects, specifically those connected to the Japanese police. And just like that, Kira's secret identity is in huge danger. I mean, there is an FBI agent tailing him personally. Think about that. If that agent reports back what he's seeing, it's game over. The whole thing is done before it even really gets going. Now, Kira knows he's being followed. He's smart enough for that. But here's the catch. He doesn't know the agent's name. And without a name, the death note is useless. So what does he do? He comes up with this incredibly audacious, super risky plan to get it. I mean, this plan is just so complex, it's a total gamble. He actually uses the death note to control a petty criminal and make him hijack the exact bus that both he and the agent are on. The whole point? To create this public high-pressure situation to force the agent to reveal his identity. But, you know, a plan this bold is never completely perfect. There's a snag. The agent's fiancée, who happens to be a brilliant former FBI agent herself, she immediately gets a bad feeling. She tells him, hey, this busjacking feels off. It's too much of a coincidence. But he just brushes her warnings aside. So Kira has the name Ray Pember, and this is where his genius really shows. He doesn't act right away. No, he plays it cool. He waits an entire week, just letting any suspicion from that bus incident completely fade away. And then, when Ray's guard is down, he makes his move. And boom, Ray is cornered in this crowded subway station. He hears a voice, totally disguised, but he recognizes the power behind it when Kira demonstrates what he can do. In that moment, he realizes he's face to face with the monster he's been hunting. And yeah, he is completely and utterly terrified. Then Kira lays down this just impossible choice, a brutal ultimatum. He reveals that he knows all about Ray's personal life. He uses Ray's fiancée, his family, as leverage. For Ray, there's just no way out of this. So under this immense pressure, Ray has no choice but to follow this set of chillingly precise instructions. He's no longer an agent. He's a pawn, just a tool that Kira is about to use against his own people. And this is the most twistedly brilliant part of the whole plan. See, those pieces of paper Kira gave him, they're not just paper. They are pages torn directly from the death note. So without even knowing it, Ray is personally writing a death warrant for every single one of his colleagues. He's the one delivering the sentences. The consequences of this, well, they're immediate, and they are absolutely devastating. The whole investigation is turned on its head in a matter of hours. Just like that, all 12 FBI agents in Japan drop dead from sudden heart attacks, all at once. And that includes Ray Pember himself. He steps off that train, his horrible task complete, and just collapses. So in one single, horrifyingly masterful move, Kira has wiped an entire international task force off the board. The message is crystal clear. Come after me and you will die. And just like that, he has completely isolated his main rival, L. And it's not just the FBI. The Japanese police are watching this, and they are terrified. They realize Kira isn't just targeting criminals anymore. He's targeting them. So what happens? Most of the task force just resigns. They quit out of fear for their lives and for their families. But here's the thing. You'd think this would be the end of the fight, right? Not even close. In fact, this huge victory for Kira actually forces L to completely change his strategy and adopt a new one that is way, way more dangerous. See, from L's point of view, this disaster was actually kind of useful. He sees it as a filter. It got rid of everyone who wasn't 100% committed. Now, he's left with this small, elite group that he can finally trust completely. So he decides, okay, to catch Kira, I have to stop hiding. He's going to meet them face to face. And that right there is L's counterpunch. He is willing to make himself the target. By showing his face to these officers, he's basically daring Kira to try and find him. The fight is no longer a chess match in the dark. It's about to become a direct, head-on collision.
And Kira, well, he gets it. He knows his big move just forced his enemy out into the open, and he feels the same way. The chessboard has been cleared of all the pawns. Now it's just the two kings, ready to face off. The entire game has changed.
So think about this. Kira's victory was, strategically perfect. Total. But it also pushed his super secretive enemy into a much more aggressive, much more direct fight. Which leaves us with this final question to chew on. In a battle of wits like this one, when you force your opponent out of the shadows, do you really gain the advantage, or have you just made them a whole lot more dangerous?
All right, let's dive into one of the greatest psychological showdowns in anime history. We're talking about that incredible, high-stakes chess match between the brilliant detective L and the self-proclaimed god of the new world, Kira. You know, this isn't just your typical cat-and-mouse game. It's a war of minds where just one tiny mistake means certain death.
So the whole game really kicks off with L's absolutely chilling introduction. The Japanese task force, they're expecting some seasoned, grizzled veteran, right? But instead, in walks this reclusive young guy who immediately shows them just how thin the line is that they're all walking. With just one word, bang. L proves he's not just a detective, he's already inside Kira's head, thinking just like him.
And this brings us to a huge moment. L actually revealing his face. Think about it. For a detective who has hidden his identity from the entire world, this is a massive, calculated risk. It totally escalates the conflict and puts his own life squarely on the line. La just walks in and immediately takes control, laying down his very eccentric but super meticulous set of rules. No cell phones. Why? They're distraction. No taking notes, forcing everyone to commit every detail to memory. And everyone, absolutely everyone, gets an alias. Now, this isn't just him being paranoid. It's about creating this perfectly sealed-off environment where information cannot leak out. It keeps everyone laser-focused on one thing and one thing only, catching Kira.
This quote right here perfectly captures L's entire philosophy. He openly admits that showing his face is a tactical loss. He knows it gives Kira a potential opening, but for him, it's a sacrifice he has to make. By putting his own life on the line, he locks in the team's commitment and sends a crystal clear message to Kira. We will risk everything to bring you to justice.
Okay, so now let's get inside Kira's head a little bit. See, L's whole strategy isn't really about forensics or physical evidence. It's about psychological warfare. He knows Kira isn't just some killer with a supernatural weapon. He's a person, and people have flaws. Flaws that can be totally exploited.
And there it is.
L's entire theory, his whole case, hinges on this one simple psychological profile. He doesn't see Kira as a god at all. He sees him as a childish, incredibly arrogant person who absolutely hates to lose and simply cannot resist a challenge. So when you provoke him, Kira doesn't go into hiding. No, he lashes out to prove he's the smartest guy in the room. And that predictability, that's his single greatest weakness.
And this is the line that just changes everything. L isn't just observing Kira from a distance, he truly identifies with him. It's this unsettling connection, this shared personality trait that gives L all of his confidence. He understands Kira's massive ego because, on some level, he has one too. It's a really profound and kind of disturbing moment of self-awareness.
So now that L has his enemy's psychology profiled, he starts to set this absolutely brilliant trap. And he does it using nothing more than a timeline and Kira's own actions against him.
This timeline tells the whole story. Look, on December 14th, the FBI arrives in Japan. Just 5 days later, Kira suddenly starts these bizarre, very specific experiments on inmates. Why? Well, he felt threatened. He knew the feds were there, and he needed to test the limits of his power. And sure enough, by the 27th, all 12 agents are dead.
See, this timeline isn't just a random series of events. L realizes that Kira's experiments were a direct reaction to the FBI showing up. And that means Kira had to be someone that one of those agents was actively investigating within that 5-day window. And with that one single piece of logic, L shrinks the pool of suspects from millions of people down to just a handful. It's incredible.
So you can imagine the confidence in the task force at this point, right? It's surging. For the very first time, it feels like they're not just reacting to whatever Kira does next. They actually feel like they're one step ahead. They're convinced they've got their man cornered, that his own perfect plan has led them right to his front door.
Just when it feels like the walls are closing in on Kira, the entire game gets flipped upside down. A new variable enters the equation, one that nobody, not even a genius like L, could have possibly seen coming. It's like a ghost from a past event that seemed totally insignificant at the time.
And here she is, the ghost from the past, the fiancée of Ray Pember, the FBI agent that Light killed. Now, she's not a detective, she has no official resources, but what she does have is a brilliant mind and a burning need for justice. She is the one critical oversight in Kira's otherwise perfect plan. And right here, this thought confirms Kira's absolute worst fear. All his meticulous planning, his godlike sense of control. It's all about to come crashing down because of this one loose end. He thought he was flawless, but now he's realizing he made a huge, potentially fatal error.
Her deductive reasoning here is just stunning. She connects the dots in a way the police completely whiffed on. The busjacking wasn't just some random event. The fact that the hijacker died in an accident, not a heart attack, that was the anomaly. And since her fiancé, Ray, showed his FBI ID to someone on that bus, she puts it all together. That person had to be Kira. She figured the whole thing out all by herself.
Now, this is probably the single most dangerous piece of information anyone could have on Kira. His entire strategy depends on the police believing his power is limited to causing heart attacks. But this new knowledge, it completely shatters that illusion. It opens up countless other deaths to new scrutiny, including the accidental death of that busjacker.
You can practically feel the pure panic in these words. The perfect student, the master planner, has been totally outsmarted by an amateur. He knows she holds the key to his complete downfall. All of a sudden, the hunter has become the hunted. It's terrifying for him.
But this is where we see Kira's true terrifying nature. He's faced with total, catastrophic failure, but he doesn't panic. Instead, he improvises. He transforms this existential threat into a chilling opportunity to seize back control.
His manipulation here is just masterful. He introduces himself as Light Yagami, just a helpful student who happens to be connected to the Kira investigation. He validates her theories, tells her how smart she is, and earns her complete trust. And of course, every single word is a lie, all designed to get her to lower her guard just long enough for him to strike.
And this is the fatal exchange. He gives her his real name, which seems like a sign of trust. In return, she gives him a fake one, Shoko Maki. But the trap is already sprung. By pretending he wants to help her, he's maneuvered her right into a position where he can learn her real name
and that's the only tool he needs. After he confirms that she hasn't told anyone else her theory, that's it. Her fate is completely sealed. She is the only person on Earth who can connect him to that busjacking and the FBI murders. And in his mind, getting rid of her is the final, necessary step to erasing his one mistake for good.
And we end on that bone-chilling thought. As she walks away completely convinced she's just found a powerful ally, Kira just watches her go. The god of the new world is once again in total control. The one person who saw through his whole deception is now walking toward a fate that he has already written for her. And it just leaves you with this dark question. Can a plan really be perfect if it requires constant murder just to hide its flaws?
Today, let's break down a perfect crime. But this isn't about guns or getaways. No, this one was committed with pure psychological manipulation. We're going to go step by step to see how a brilliant killer managed to outwit an opponent who, honestly, seemed to hold all the cards. You know, it all boils down to this one simple sentence. Our killer, who goes by Kira, has made a huge mistake. His secret identity has been figured out by a very, very smart woman. If she gets to the police, it's game over. So for him, he's backed into a corner, and there's only one way out. And right there, that's the core of the whole problem. Kira has this supernatural power, right? A tool called the Death Note. But to use it, he needs two things, a name and a face. He's seen her face, no problem. But she's using a fake name. Just by being cautious, she has stumbled upon the perfect defense. So this isn't just a murder. It's about solving a puzzle that seems impossible. Okay, so to really get this opening move, you have to understand the battlefield here. This isn't a fight of strength. It's all about exploiting one tiny critical weakness in what looks like an unbeatable power. So here's the standoff. On one hand, Kira's power is absolute, if he knows your real name and can picture your face. But on the other hand, his target, a former FBI agent named Naomi Masora, has, without even knowing it, put up the perfect shield just by using an alias. She has the information that could destroy him, and he literally can't touch her. The tables are completely turned. Now, here's the thing. Naomi's caution isn't just good training. No, it's rooted in something way deeper, something personal. And ironically, that very thing is about to become her greatest weakness. You see, her fiancé was also an FBI agent, and he was hunting Kira. He ended up being one of the first people the investigation lost. That tragedy, well, it turned her into an adversary who isn't just careful, she's driven by a powerful need for justice. And this is our killer, Light Yagami's first truly brilliant move. He doesn't just see that she's being cautious, he figures out why. He realizes it's all tied to her fiancé's death. And that little insight tells him everything. A direct approach is never going to work. He can't just ask for her name. He has to trick her into wanting to give it to him. So a frontal assault is off the table. Light has to get creative. He can't force her name out of her. So instead, he starts building this masterful psychological trap, designed from the ground up to make her give it to him willingly. His plan is just beautiful in its simplicity. It unfolds in 4 stages. First, he builds trust. He claims to be the son of the lead detective, which makes him sound like an insider. Second, he isolates her by telling her the task force is super secret so she can't go asking around and check his story. Third, he plays on her desire for revenge and offers her an alliance, a chance to get justice. And finally, with the trap all set, he dangles the bait, an invitation to join his team, which, of course, requires her to show some official ID. And here is where it gets truly tragic. Because at the exact same time that Light is weaving this incredible web of lies, the real police task force is actually developing the very tools that could save Naomi's life. Yeah, the real investigators have figured out that Kira's main weapon is identity. So what do? They build a whole defense strategy around being anonymous. They start using false names, getting fake IDs, even hiding transmitters in their belts. They're basically turning themselves into ghosts in the system. And that's what makes this whole thing so heartbreaking. The exact armor that would have saved her is being made at that very moment, just completely out of her reach. While the police are building a fortress of anonymity, Naomi is out there all alone, totally vulnerable, and about to willingly walk right into the lion's den. So, the whole thing now comes down to a single moment. Light has built the trap perfectly. All he needs now is for Naomi's sharp, analytical mind to get just a little bit clouded by her emotions, even for a second. And there it is, the fatal mistake. See, Naomi is a brilliant investigator, and she once worked with the world's greatest detective, a guy named Elle. When she looks at Light, she thinks she sees a spark of that same genius. And for one critical moment, her professional respect just overrides her caution. She makes an emotional connection, and her guard drops. Light sees that opening instantly. He doesn't hear a compliment, he hears vulnerability. This is the tiny crack in her armor that he's been waiting for so patiently, and he knows it's time to spring the trap. With her guard down, Light makes his final, absolutely brilliant move. He offers her the one thing in the world she wants most, a chance to join the investigation. The offer is so perfectly tailored to what she's feeling that his request for ID doesn't seem suspicious at all. It feels like the first real step toward justice. And just like that, her defenses are completely gone, dismantled by trust and hope. The last moves of this deadly game play out with a chilling speed and precision. And that's the end of the game. She hands him her driver's license. He sees her real name, Naomi Masora. While he keeps up the act, talking to her, he secretly writes her name in the death note, dictating the exact details of a suicide that will leave zero evidence. And once it's done, he just turns and walks away. The perfect murder, committed right out in the open. I mean, the plan is flawless. He doesn't just kill her, he actually writes the story of her death. By making it a suicide, her disappearance won't even be looked at as a crime. Everyone will just assume she was a grieving woman who couldn't go on, a story that perfectly hides his tracks.
And then, in one last, unbelievably cruel act, as she's walking away to her death, her mind already under his control, he leans in and tells her the truth. He tells her, "I'm Kira." He lets her die knowing that her instincts were right all along and that she put her trust in the man who killed her fiancé. This whole intricate chess match really is a stark reminder of something, isn't it? In a war fought in the mind, your greatest weapon isn't logic or facts. It's your opponent's emotions. And as Naomi Masora's story proves, when you're up against a master manipulator, a single moment of misplaced trust isn't just a mistake. It's checkmate.
So let's break down one of the greatest battles of wits ever. On one side, you've got a detective who trusts nothing but pure, cold logic. And on the other, a killer who genuinely believes he's becoming a god. Their entire war plays out in a city where every single move is being watched, and even the tiniest mistake means it's game over.
And that brings us to the central puzzle, right? How in the world do you pull off the perfect crime when you're being watched around the clock? Our killer has to operate right out in the open, under the unblinking eye of a genius detective who's laid this incredible trap. This is where the real game begins.
So where does this all kick off? It starts with the lead investigator, this really enigmatic detective known only as L. He goes back to look at a case that everyone else thought was closed, the death of an FBI agent named Ray Penber. He just keeps poring over the old surveillance tapes, and deep in those grainy images, he spots one tiny critical detail that everybody else just completely missed.
Okay, so check this out. This is the little thing that just screams at L. Pemberg. Gets on the train at 3:13 p.m., but he doesn't die until almost an hour and a half later. Now, you have to know, the entire loop on this specific train line, it takes just 1 hour. That means there's over 30 minutes just gone, unaccounted for. What on earth happened in that missing half hour? And then bam, Al spots clue number 2. When Pember walks into the station, he's clearly holding this manila envelope. But in the footage from right before he dies, it's just gone. And it wasn't with his belongings when they found him. That just confirms it. Pember absolutely met someone on that train, and whatever was inside that envelope is why he's dead.
And this is where L has this just incredible leap of logic. The killer, this Kira everyone's talking about, is famous for killing from a distance. Nobody would ever suspect him of being right there at the scene. And L realizes, wait a minute, that's the perfect cover. He gambles on this wild theory that Kira took the ultimate risk, counting on his own reputation to hide right there in plain sight.
Okay, so how do you even begin to find one guy in a city of millions? Well, L decides to shrink the playing field. He's convinced Kira was one of the people Ray Pember was investigating, so he narrows his entire focus down to just 2 families. And his next move? Put them under intense 24/7 surveillance. And look, L knows the odds are not great.
He himself says there's only about a 5% chance that the killer is in one of these two houses. But for a case this important, he says, you know what, even a 1% chance is a lead you absolutely have to follow. You just can't ignore it.
And then, in a move that's just wild, the police chief, whose own family is one of the targets, he actually agrees to it. But he doesn't just agree, he demands it's done right. No blind spots anywhere. It just goes to show you how incredibly high the stakes are for absolutely everyone involved here.
But here's the thing. L's not just hunting some random thug. His #1 suspect is the police chief's own son, Light Yagami, and he's a genius in his own right. Light doesn't just think he's being watched. He's been expecting it. And believe me, he is already setting a trap of his own.
To find out for sure, Light puts together this super detailed 3-part trap. First, you've got the classic decoy, a little piece of paper he wedges in the door crack. But the real tests, they're practically invisible. He sets his door handle exactly 5 millimeters lower than it should be. And for the master stroke, he balances a tiny, fragile piece of mechanical pencil lead on top of the door hinge. If that door opens even once, that lead is going to snap.
And sure enough, when he gets home, he checks his traps, and the most subtle one has been triggered. The pencil lead is broken. That's the moment. Right there, he knows for certain. L is watching him. He is the prime suspect, and the game is on.
So now Light's in a real bind, right? He is literally a prisoner in his own bedroom with cameras watching everything he does. He has to keep up this perfect act of being a normal student cramming for exams, while at the same time secretly continuing to be Kira. I mean, how do you possibly pull that off? And this is his answer. His counterplan is just brilliant. He decides he's going to use the act of studying itself as his cover, turning something totally mundane into the most perfect alibi. It's a level of multitasking that nobody could ever possibly imagine. But to keep being Kira, he needs one thing he absolutely can't have: the news. He needs the names and faces of new criminals. And with cameras everywhere, turning on a TV or a computer is just not an option. His solution? It's so elegant and simple. A tiny, handheld LCD television. And where he hides it, I mean, this is the part that's just pure genius. He tucks it away inside a bag of potato chips. So to the cameras, to L, he's just a student, studying, having a snack. But inside that bag, he's watching the news, he's picking his next targets, and he's doing his grim work literally right under L's nose. All right, so this all brings us to the big showdown, the climax of this particular phase of their battle. Light's unbelievably detailed plan is now put to the test against L's all-seeing high-tech surveillance.
So you gotta picture it. L and Chief Yagami are just glued to these monitors for hours. All they see is Light Yagami studying. That's it. Just studying. And yet, during that exact same time, 2 criminals who had just appeared on the evening news suddenly die of heart attacks. Kara's calling card. From the perspective of the surveillance room, what they're seeing looks completely impossible. And logically, L has no choice. He is forced to clear the family. The logic is simple. Kira needs a name and a face to kill. Since Light was never seen watching the news, he couldn't possibly know who the victims were. Therefore, he cannot be Kira. The alibi is absolutely perfect. And yet, even with that flawless logic staring him in the face, L just can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. The performance was, well, it was too perfect. Logic says Light is innocent, but L's gut, his intuition, is screaming that he's just been completely outplayed. The cameras come down, the surveillance ends, but this intellectual war, it is so far from over. And it really leaves us with this fascinating question. When you have 2 perfect minds going head-to-head, what wins? Flawless logic or that unshakable gut feeling?
All right, let's dive into one of the greatest psychological showdowns in all of anime, the intense cat-and-mouse game between Light Yagami and L in Death Note. Now, you might think a battle of wits like this is all about complex deductions and secret plots. Well, yeah, but believe it or not, one of the most crucial turning points, the absolute pivot of their entire conflict, boils down to a potato chip.
Now seriously, that is a real line from the show. It sounds absolutely ridiculous, right? Just completely unhinged. But that one single line, it's the key to an absolute masterclass in deception. So you've got to be asking, how on earth does a simple snack become the ultimate weapon in a mind game of this level? Well, let's get into it.
Okay, so first things first, we need to set the scene. You have to understand the absolutely impossible situation our protagonist, Light Yagami, finds himself in. He's secretly the mass murderer Kira, and L, the world's greatest detective, has already narrowed his suspect list down to, well, just Light's family. The walls are closing in.
I mean, look at this. L has completely locked down Light's entire world. We're talking 24/7 surveillance, his whole house is bugged with hidden cameras, microphones, you name it, it's basically a prison. He can't watch TV, can't get on the internet, so his main source for finding criminals to, punish is gone. He's forced to just act like a totally normal student cramming for exams, but think about the pressure. One wrong move, one suspicious glance, any little slip up, and it's game over. He is absolutely 100% cornered.
So what do you do? I mean, really, how do you keep up your secret killing spree when you're being watched literally every second of every day? The simple answer is, you can't. It's impossible, right? Well, unless you come up with a plan so ridiculously bold, yet at the same time so mind-numbingly ordinary that nobody could possibly see it coming.
And this is where the pure genius comes in. He builds the perfect alibi. So, to L's cameras, what do they see? Just a regular high school kid studying hard, munching on some potato chips. Totally normal. But hidden inside that very potato chip bag is a tiny miniature TV. So as he reaches in, his right hand is out in the open, solving math problems, making it look like he's 100% focused on his studies. But his left hand, the one inside the bag, oh, it's busy. It's covertly writing down names on a little scrap of the death note, completely hidden from sight. He is literally using L's own surveillance against him, making the cameras his star witness for his alibi. It's brilliant.
And the craziest part? It works. It works perfectly. L and his whole team pore over days and days of footage, listening to every sound, and they find nothing. Zip. Zilch. Meanwhile, criminals are still dying, and Light never once looks suspicious. So L, with no evidence whatsoever, has no choice. He has to pull all the cameras and wiretaps. It's a total, undeniable win for Light.
But here's the thing about L. A retreat is never, ever a surrender. While the rest of his team is just throwing their hands up thinking they've hit a dead end, L sees something completely different. He starts piecing together a brand new and frankly much more terrifying psychological profile of Kira.
So yeah, Light wins, right? I mean, that's what it looks like. This is the exact moment where the whole dynamic just flips on its head. Light is on top of the world, thinking he's forced L to back down and admit defeat. But has he really won the war? Or did he just unknowingly hand L the final critical piece of the puzzle?
And this is where you see the true genius of L. He basically tells his team that the lack of evidence is the most suspicious thing of all. Think about that logic for a second. He argues that if Kira was one of the people they were watching, he wouldn't have just stopped killing. No, he would have found a way to keep killing, but without showing even the slightest outward sign that he was doing anything at all.
And this is such a critical distinction. Any normal investigator would look at this and say, okay, it can't be them. We found nothing. But L's brain just works on a different level. He theorizes the exact opposite. What if, he thinks, Kira's psyche has become so warped, so massive, that he's reached godlike proportions? What if he can commit murder without so much as a flinch? What if the act of killing has become as normal, as mundane to him, as, eating a potato chip?
So this is it. This is L's final chilling profile of his enemy. He realizes he's not looking for some cackling, obvious monster. He's looking for someone very childish and immature, someone who wants to play God. And it's this incredible insight that lets him scrap the whole surveillance plan and move on to a strategy that is way, way more direct and a whole lot more dangerous.
Okay, so L knows exactly the kind of person he's hunting now, and he is laser-focused on his prime suspect, Light Yagami. So what does he do? He decides to just throw the entire rulebook out the window and force a direct, face-to-face confrontation.
So the new battlefield is set, their university. Light, being the genius he is, gets a perfect score on the entrance exam. But so does this other, really strange-looking student. Then, at the university's opening ceremony, this exact same guy just walks right up to Light, knows his name, and starts talking about the Kira case, revealing details that only someone at the very heart of the investigation could possibly know.
And then, it happens. The single most jaw-dropping, audacious move in their entire duel. This mysterious student just looks like dead in the eye and says it. He reveals his true identity as L. He tells his number one suspect, to his face, who he really is. You can just feel the shock.
Light is completely, utterly stunned. You can hear it right there in his own thoughts. This was a move he never saw coming. It's such a massive gamble, a true high-risk, high-reward play that just flips the whole game board over. Suddenly, all the pressure is right back on Light's shoulders, and L has completely seized control.
Because L has just backed him into the perfect corner. I mean, think about it. If Light kills this guy right now, he proves he's Kira. What if it's a double, not the real L? Doesn't matter. If the double dies, the real L instantly knows Light is Kira. And what if Light tries to use the Death Note with the fake name L gave him? If it fails, L knows he tried. Any move Light makes, any aggressive action at all, is an instant checkmate against himself. There is no way out.
So with that one single sentence, I am L, the entire game is rewritten. The hidden war of cameras and microphones, that's over. Now a new, much more personal battle is about to start. And this lays out the new rules of engagement perfectly. On the surface, to everyone else, they're just friendly classmates, maybe even rivals. But underneath it all, Light's mission is now to get close to L, become his friend, and figure out his real name so he can finally write it in the Death Note. And L's mission? To stick to Light like glue, investigating him face to face, constantly probing, just waiting for that one tiny crack in the facade that will prove he's Kira. So the war is officially out of the shadows and into the open. We've got the two greatest minds on the planet no longer fighting from a distance through screens and proxies. Now they're standing side by side, each one just waiting for the other to blink first. And that's where we'll leave it for now. You see the potato chip strategy? It gave Light a huge victory in the short term, but it also accidentally gave L the psychological key he needed to take the fight to this crazy new level. So, in a war where every single move could be your last, who's really playing who? It's the central question that makes this one of the greatest rivalries ever written, period. Let's talk about one of the greatest psychological duels ever animated. It's this high-stakes battle of wits, but it's disguised as just a friendly little meeting. Really, it's a masterclass in psychological warfare where every single word is a weapon and every gesture is a potential giveaway. Okay, let's dive right into this duel between two of the most brilliant minds you'll ever see.
So it all kicks off with a simple invitation. A guy from university, Hideki Ruga, asks our main character, Light Yagami, to play some tennis. Light agrees, playing it cool, framing it as just a casual game between new friends. But as you're about to see, there is absolutely nothing casual about this encounter.
See this Hideki Ryuga guy? It's a complete lie. He's actually L, the world's greatest detective, and he is operating on this meticulously built psychological profile. L is convinced that the mass murderer Kira isn't just a genius, but that he's also pathologically competitive. So for him, this tennis match isn't a game at all. It's an experiment, and it's designed to test one single crucial theory. And so the game begins. But you gotta remember, this is so much more than a sport. It's the opening move on a human chessboard, and both of these players know exactly what's at stake.
And you can see this huge disconnect right away between what's happening on the surface and the real strategy underneath. Light is just putting on a performance of being normal, right? He's even making small talk about L's past. But L couldn't care less about chatting. He is building this controlled environment to get a baseline read on his #1 suspect. How does Light handle pressure when playing a former champion? Every serve, every volley, it's all just another data point for L.
And just like that, Light is caught in a psychological trap. While he's playing, his mind is just racing, running through all these insane calculations. If he wins, does he prove L's theory that Kira hates to lose? But if he loses on purpose, is L going to see right through that pathetic deception? It's a classic double bind. There's no safe move. So, he has to make a choice. He's going to play to win and just gamble that his natural talent is a good enough excuse?
And he wins. Light takes the set 6-4. So on the surface, he won the match. He's the victor. But in doing so, he has fed L the exact piece of confirmation he was looking for. Light Yagami hates to lose. The tennis match might be over, but believe me, L's real game has just begun.
And the escalation is immediate. I mean, right after the match, L invites Light for coffee, and this is where all the subtext just gets thrown right out the window. The confrontation becomes terrifyingly direct.
Just try to imagine this. You're in a quiet cafe, and the man you know is hunting you looks you dead in the eye and just says it. This isn't just an accusation. It's a strategic shock tactic. L is trying to throw Light completely off balance to see if a crack,
any crack at all will show up in that perfect facade of his. It is a stunningly bold move. But here's where L is just on another level. He immediately follows up this bombshell with a brilliant piece of psychological manipulation. He claims his suspicion is only at 1%. Now this number, it's a cage. It's low enough that Light can't just get angry and walk away, but it's high enough to justify keeping him under super close observation. It's a perfect trap, and it forces Light to stay in the game. So then L springs his next test. He shows Light 3 photos of these cryptic messages left behind by Kira's victims. Light, who's a genius himself, figures out the hidden meaning pretty quickly. But then comes the twist. L reveals a 4th fake note that he deliberately held back. So Light's deduction, while brilliant, was wrong. See, the test was never about finding the right answer. It was about watching how Light would react to being intellectually beaten.
And Light gets it. He realizes he's been played. He understands now that every single interaction is a test. Every conversation is a probe. This isn't just coffee with a friend, it's a high-stakes interrogation, and he just failed a major part of it. The tension just goes up another notch.
And here's the crazy part. Because Light's reasoning was so impressive, L announces his suspicion has now gone up to 3%. He tells Light that his sharp mind actually makes him an even more likely suspect. It's a total double-edged sword. The more Light shows off his genius to try and seem helpful, the more he tightens the noose around his own neck.
So Light, feeling the walls closing in, he tries to flip the script. He demands proof that this Ryuga guy is the real L, trying to put his opponent on the defensive for once. But L, he's always a step ahead. He just calmly acknowledges Light's point and frames it with this inescapable logic. By bringing Light into the investigation, L wins whether he's innocent or guilty. And their duel is suddenly cut short by a real-world crisis. Light's father, who's the chief of police, has a heart attack. So the scene shifts to the hospital, and L uses this completely unexpected chaos to play his most audacious card yet.
As Light is passionately arguing to be put on the task force, L just calmly notes that his suspicion has now risen to 7%. And the reason? He says Light's talkativeness is typical for someone who hates losing. He masterfully connects Light's behavior right now all the way back to that opening tennis match, showing that his psychological profile is constantly being updated and reinforced.
And then, the checkmate move. Inside the hospital room, Light's own father looks at him and confirms L's identity. There's no more doubt, no more room for him to maneuver. L has weaponized the single most trusted person in Light's life to absolutely shatter his remaining defenses. It's just a devastatingly effective blow.
And for the first time, the mask doesn't just slip, it completely shatters. Light's immediate internal reaction is murder. He instantly starts calculating how he could eliminate L and the entire team. But then, his cold, rational intellect kicks back in. It's not the right time. The contrast between his inner thoughts and his outward concern for his dad is just absolutely chilling.
This moment just lays bare the tragic irony of the whole situation. Chief Yagami, full of love and faith, is defending his son. And at the same time, Light is masterfully using that love to his advantage, delivering this perfectly deceitful performance. He vows to catch Kira to prove his own innocence, all while being the very man he's pretending to hunt.
Then L offers up a piece of his core philosophy. He argues that the power to kill is inherently evil, and that anyone who wields it is cursed. They're just incapable of happiness. It's a direct challenge to Kira's entire worldview, a philosophical jab right at the foundation of Light's new world.
So the duel seems to end with the win for Light. I mean, he's successfully gotten himself deep inside the investigation, standing shoulder to shoulder with his own hunter. And then, without any warning, the entire game board is just violently flipped over.
In this silent internal response to L's philosophy, we see Light's terrifying truth. He doesn't feel cursed, he doesn't feel misfortune, he feels pure empowerment and happiness. This one thought shows you the unbridgeable moral canyon between these two. He isn't some reluctant anti-hero, he is, in his own mind, a god.
Then the situation completely unravels. A TV station gets these tapes from someone else, claiming to be Kira, threatening company executives. L's entire investigation, which was laser-focused on Light Yagami, is instantly thrown into complete chaos. Because Light couldn't have sent these tapes, and that can only mean one thing: there is a second Kira.
And this is where we're left. Just as L thought he had his suspect backed into a corner, the rules of the game have fundamentally changed. There's an unpredictable new piece in play. For L, this is a disaster. But for Light,
It's a miracle. A literal god of death, it seems, has just shown up on his side. The duel between the hunter and the hunted has just become infinitely more complex. So for months, the entire world has been completely captivated by this one single shadowy figure, Kira, the killer who hands down judgment from the darkness. But what happens when that shadow decides to step right into the spotlight? Well, the game is about to change in the most public and, frankly, the most terrifying way you can imagine.
Just picture this. You're at home, watching TV, and suddenly the broadcast gets hijacked. But here's the weird part. The hijacker isn't making demands on this channel. Oh no. Instead, a voice calmly tells you to switch over to a rival network to watch a man die. This isn't just some empty threat. It's a live, on-air demonstration of pure power, and is designed for maximum shock.
And it all goes down with this absolutely chilling precision. I mean, think about it. In the span of just 3 minutes, 2 people are executed live on 2 different networks, exactly as predicted. The world, the police, everyone can only watch in complete stunned silence. This isn't the methodical, secretive Kira they thought they knew. This is a spectacle.
So as all this is unfolding on live TV, the very people hunting Kira can do nothing but watch. The elite police task force is totally and utterly helpless. Their entire investigation has just been hijacked in front of the whole world, and now the killer is the one controlling the narrative.
And just like that, the stakes become immediately brutally clear. When one of the officers, Ukita, rushes to the TV station to try and stop the broadcast, he's killed on the spot. Right there, on the sidewalk, outside the front door. Kira isn't just toying with them anymore. He's proving he can pick them off with terrifying ease.
This chaos just blows the lid off a deep conflict that's been brewing inside the task force. On one side, you've got Aizawa, who's all emotion and impulse, just screaming to do something. And on the other, you have the lead investigator, L, whose cold, hard logic says that a reckless move is a fatal one. It's basically the heart versus the mind, playing out in a life-or-death debate.
You know, this single event forces L to completely rewrite the rulebook for this investigation. The one core belief they had was that Kira needed a name and a face to kill. But the officer who died, he was using a fake ID. So L now has to work under a terrifying new assumption. Kira might be able to kill with a face alone. And that makes this killer an almost unstoppable threat.
Seeing absolutely no other way, Police Chief Yagami takes a monumental risk. He gets behind the wheel of a police van and drives it straight through the glass lobby of the TV station. Yeah, it's chaotic, it's reckless, but it's also the only way to get inside the building without being seen by a killer who could be watching from any window or through any camera in the area.
And believe it or not, Yagami's gamble pays off. He manages to secure the unaired tapes from the station, and he gets a direct look into the killer's endgame. But what he finds isn't just a simple list of demands. No, it's a carefully constructed, diabolical trap.
So the tapes present the police with this impossible choice. Option 1, cooperate. If they do, L and the entire police leadership have to reveal their faces on live television, basically turning themselves into public hostages. Option 2, refuse. And if they do that, Kira will publicly execute either the Director General of the police or L himself. There is literally no safe option here.
And that is the chilling final line on the tape. The police are being forced to publicly choose which one of their own will be sacrificed. Kira has turned their moral and strategic dilemma into a public execution countdown.
But while everyone else is completely paralyzed by this threat, L is doing what he does best. He's analyzing the patterns. And he notices something's off. The style, the victims, the grandstanding, none of it fits the profile of the original Kira he's been hunting.
So L breaks it down, piece by piece. First, the victims used for the live TV demonstration were just minor criminals, hardly the kind of people that justice-obsessed original Kira would bother with. The whole thing was just so theatrical, designed for attention. And L even deduces that the victims were chosen specifically so the real Kira wouldn't kill them first and ruin the show. It all points to one thing. This isn't the original Kira, it's a copycat.
And look, this isn't just a guess. L is a man of data. Based on all the evidence, he calculates a greater than 70% probability that they are dealing with a second Kira. This is a stunning revelation that completely reframes the entire case. They aren't just hunting one killer anymore, they're now caught between two.
And you know what? L is absolutely right. As we're about to find out, there are indeed 2 different people out there with the power to kill. And their motivations, well, they could not be more different.
So you'd think the original Kira would be happy about this, right? But nope, he's furious. And he's not angry because an imposter is out there killing people. He's angry because this copycat is sloppy, theatrical, and is, quote, tarnishing Kira's image. He doesn't see an ally, he sees a threat to his brand and his grand plan for a new world.
And the gap between them couldn't be wider. The original Kira has this huge, ideological mission to remake the world. The second Kira, she has a much simpler, much more personal goal. She's a massive fan, a devoted admirer who just wants to meet her idol. That whole TV broadcast wasn't about justice. It was a desperate, deadly fan letter sent from one Kira to another.
But here's the real twist. This copycat isn't just a fan. In some ways, she's an upgrade. See, she also has a death note, but she's made a deal. For half her remaining lifespan, she gained the Shinigami eyes. These eyes let her see anyone's true name just by looking at their face, which means she can do what the original Kira can't, kill with a face alone.
And that brings us to our final, critical question. The intense game of cat and mouse between Elle and Kira has just been thrown into absolute chaos by a third player. A player who is more powerful, yet far more unpredictable than anyone could have possibly imagined. So, when a copycat is more powerful than the original, who truly holds the power?
Welcome to the Explainer. You know how we do it here? We take these huge, complex stories and we really get into the nitty-gritty, the core strategy behind it all.
So, let's talk about a wild idea. How do you possibly trap a genius killer? Well, how about you make him hunt himself? Today, we're diving into this insane psychological game, where the main suspect in a string of supernatural killings gets invited to join the very team that's hunting him. I mean, this is a move that could go one of two ways. Either he proves he's innocent, or he ties his own noose.
All right, so let's set the stage. The lead investigator, the brilliant Elle, has a brand new headache. A second killer pops up. But this is not the original sophisticated Kira. No, this new one is clumsy, almost like a cheap knockoff. They're making a mess, going after small-time criminals, and it's all over the news. And that public spectacle, well, that creates a very interesting opportunity. And Elle, being Elle, immediately sees a way to use this. He's got his eye on one guy, the top suspect, this incredibly smart student named Light Yagami. So he comes up with a test. It's actually pretty simple on the surface. He's just going to give Light all the evidence and say, hey, what do you make of this? He wants to see if Light, on his own, can figure out there's a second Kira on the loose, something Elle's own team just pieced together.
And this is where the real mind game begins. You've got this incredible tension boiling just under the surface. Elle is basically betting everything on Kira's psychology, right? On his ego. He's thinking, the real Kira is a perfectionist. He would never stand for some amateur messing up his grand design, so he'd have no choice but to call it out. But on the other side, Light knows exactly what this is. It's a trap, and he has to walk right into it and play it perfectly if he wants to get inside the investigation and, control it.
And he nails it, absolutely nails it. Light doesn't just point out that there's a second Kira. He lays out the exact same logic that Elle used. He talks about the different types of victims, how this new killer seems to have this other, almost better ability to kill with just a face. And just like that, it works. For now, at least. Light's in.
Okay, so Light is now on the inside. What's the next move? Well, Elle comes up with something bold. I mean, it's almost theatrical. He says, if we want to catch this copycat, we have to become Kira ourselves.
Here's the plan. It's brilliant, really. They're going to play on the copycat's hero worship. The idea is to create a fake broadcast, a message that looks like it's coming from the real Kira. And in this message, they'll tell the wannabe to cool it, to stop the sloppy, chaotic killings. And the best part? The person they get to write the script and play the part is none other than Elle's genius new recruit, Light Yagami.
But this is where it gets kind of dark, but also kind of funny in a twisted way. Light gets a little too into character. As he's writing the script, he just casually throws in a line that says, you're free to kill Elle. It's this incredible moment where his real self just slips out for a second, and he tries to pass it off as just, getting into the role.
And this really shows you something crucial. Even though they're supposed to be working together, this deadly cat and mouse game between them, it never, ever stops. Every single thing they do together is just another move on the chessboard. Light says, oh, oops, I got carried away. But nobody's buying it. That threat is always right there.
So the plan? It works, perfectly. The copycat gets the message and is so excited they send a reply right away. But here's the problem. They send it publicly for everyone to see, and inside that message is a clue so reckless it's about to blow the whole case wide open.
The second, Kira is just over the moon. They're like, let's meet up, and hey, we can prove who we are by showing each other our Shinigami. And boom, just like that, this completely bizarre, totally unknown word, Shinigami, is dropped like a bomb right in the middle of the whole investigation.
And that one word, it just grinds everything to a halt. L and his team are completely lost. Shinigami? What is that? It sounds like something out of folklore, something supernatural, but that can't be right, can it? They're guessing it's some kind of code word, maybe it has to do with how the killings happen. But honestly, they have absolutely no idea.
So, while the police are fumbling around in the dark, totally confused, we're about to get the answer. We're about to be let in on the big secret, the truth behind this one single, impossible word.
This question is everything. And the answer? Well, it's the key that explains how Kira can do the impossible.
And here it is, the supernatural truth. A Shinigami is a god of death, a literal one. And the notebook they carry? That's the Death Note. That's where Kira's power comes from. These are real beings, just living in a dimension right alongside ours, totally invisible.
Of course, there are rules to this whole thing. And there's one big one ultimate weakness. See, if a Shinigami falls in love with a human and then uses their Death Note to save that human from their destined death, the Shinigami dies. And when they turn to dust, they leave their notebook behind. And yep, you guessed it, that is exactly how our second Kira got her hands on a Death Note. Okay, so now that we know the secret, we can see the board has been completely reset. The stakes are now sky high. You've got this reckless second Kira in the mix, and now the word Shinigami's out there. It's put L and Light on a collision course like never before.
So now it's a race. L, brilliant as ever, figures the real Kira is going to be desperate to shut this copycat up, so he decides to use the copycat as bait to lure the original out. Meanwhile, Light is in a full-blown panic. He has to find the second Kira before they spill the beans about the one thing that could bring him down for good, the existence of the Death Note.
The whole game has just been turned on its head. This isn't just about L versus Light anymore. Now there's this wild card, this totally unpredictable player on the board. And in this new psychological war, who's going to be the first to make a fatal mistake? Because now, just one slip-up could bring the whole thing crashing down.
For weeks, we've been watching this deadly chess match between the killer Kira and the detective L. It's been a pure battle of wits. But what happens when a brand new piece, a totally unpredictable one, just gets thrown right onto the board? Well, this is the moment the entire game gets flipped on its head.
And that's the first thing L says when he sees the second Kira's big move. And you know what? On the surface, he's totally right. The move seems clumsy, reckless, almost like a kid made it. But that underestimation, that's exactly what makes this new player so unbelievably dangerous.
So it all kicks off when this journal gets sent to a TV station from a supposed copycat Kira. But it's not a threat, it's a puzzle. A diary filled with seemingly random entries, all designed to send a secret message to the original Kira, right under the noses of the entire police force. Now, the most obvious message in the journal is this entry from May 30th. It talks about meeting up at a massive public baseball game at the Tokyo Dome. Light Yagami, our original Kira, sees this and immediately knows it's an impossibly dumb plan. I mean, broadcasting this would just cause a huge panic, the game would get canceled, and cops would be everywhere. It really does seem like the move of a total amateur.
Okay, so you have the exact same evidence in front of two geniuses. How do they tackle the problem? This is where the intellectual battle gets really fascinating, as L and Light basically race to figure out the real intention behind this supposedly stupid plan.
And this just perfectly shows their different ways of thinking. L, he plays the public game. He announces the cancellation, sets up checkpoints, and basically hopes this bumbling new Kira walks right into his trap. But Light, he's looking for a message from one Kira to another. He finds the real clue hidden in an earlier entry. My friend and I showed off our notebooks in Aoyama. He knows instantly. The real meeting spot is in the Aoyama district.
Here's the thing, though. While L is publicly calling this second Kira an idiot, he's not 100% sold on that idea. He's way too smart for that. So, just in case he's wrong, he secretly places surveillance cameras and undercover officers all throughout Aoyama and Shibuya, the other places mentioned in the journal. He's hedging his bets, covering every single possibility.
So the stage is set in Oyama.
You've got L's secret agents and Light himself, both searching for this mystery second Kira, but they have it completely backwards. See, they aren't the hunters here. The second Kira, a young model named Misa Amane, is actually hunting them. And she has an advantage that is just, well, it's almost cheating.
This is the ultimate game changer, the Shinigami eyes. For the price of half her remaining life, Misa can see the true name and lifespan of anyone she looks at, just floating above their head. But, and this is the most important part, there's one crucial exception to this rule. You cannot see the lifespan of another Death Note owner. So for Misa, finding Kira in a huge crowd is as simple as looking for the one person who doesn't have a number over their head.
And just like that, it's over. While Light is carefully scanning the crowd trying to find who's looking for him, Misa spots him in an instant. In a single moment, she does what L and the entire world's police forces have failed to do for months. She positively identifies Kira.
The fallout from this is immediate. A new tape shows up at the TV station with that chilling message. The task force is horrified. They realize the two Kiras might be working together now. And for L, well, his suspicion of Light just goes through the roof. Think about it. The tape was mailed the day after the IOA JAMA event, and the only task force members there were an older detective and Light Yagami. Light probably thinks he has some time to figure out his next move, to strategize. But Misa isn't a patient strategist. She doesn't send another coded message. She goes right to his front door, forcing a confrontation that is going to change absolutely everything.
Her proposal is as direct as it is completely wild. She just lays it all out on the table. She introduces herself and offers Light everything he could ever want. Her complete loyalty, a second Death Note, and, of course, the power of her Shinigami eyes to finally kill L. And the only thing she wants in return? He has to be her boyfriend.
This isn't just a new player joining the game, no. This is a fundamental shift in the entire conflict, because the things that drive these two Kiras, they could not be more different. And that creates a dangerously volatile and powerful new team.
First, you've got Misa's motivation. It's not about some grand philosophy of justice. For her, it is deeply, deeply personal. A year before, her parents were murdered, and the killer was about to get off scot-free, until Kira killed him. So for Misa, Kira isn't some symbol. He's her hero, her savior. Her devotion is absolute, born from gratitude and trauma.
And then you have Light's reaction. As Misa is pouring her heart out, he doesn't see a partner. He doesn't see a kindred spirit. He sees an asset. His internal thought process is just cold, calculating, and completely pragmatic. To him, she isn't a person. She is a weapon.
So let's just recap. In the space of a single evening, Light has gained 3 unthinkable advantages. A backup Death Note, a follower so devoted she would literally kill or die for him without a second thought, and direct access to the one power that can finally defeat L.
L is hunting a god of death, but he has no clue that this god can now see his true mortal name. All the pieces are in place for Kira's final checkmate. The only real question left is there anything in the world that can possibly stop him now?
All right, so today we're jumping headfirst into one of the most brilliant psychological chess matches ever. We're talking about a genius manipulator who thinks he's got everyone cornered, that he's 3 moves ahead of the game, but then a literal god of death walks in and just flips the entire board. His supposedly perfect plan, it's about to absolutely shatter. And we're going to break down exactly how he's forced to adapt or die. So yeah, let's get right into it.
And right out of the gate, here he is, our protagonist, Light Yagami. And this one thought, this tells you absolutely everything you need to know about him. He's just found a brand new piece for his twisted chessboard. And, from the very first moment, he's already figuring out how he's going to throw her away. So who is this new piece on the board? Well, her name is Misa Amane. And for Light, she's perfect. She's a super popular model. She's completely, blindly devoted to him as this messiah figure, Kira. But here's the real kicker, the most important part. She has a supernatural power that Light needs, like desperately. To him, she's not even a person. She's the perfect tool. And this is that power we were just talking about, the Shinigami eyes. This is the game changer. It's literally the one thing standing between Light and total, absolute victory. You see, his rival, this genius detective known only as L, has been a ghost. No one knows his real name. But with Misa's eyes, well, Light can finally see that name. And once he has that, he can take his biggest rival off the board for good. I mean, just look at this contrast. This is the whole foundation of their alliance. On one hand, you've got Misa's blind, unconditional devotion. She would do anything for him. And on the other, just pure, cold, calculated manipulation from Light. He's whispering all the right things in her ear while in the back of his mind, he's already counting down the seconds until he can get rid of her. It's seriously chilling. So here's the plan. And from Light's point of view, it is absolutely flawless. Step 1, earn Misa's complete trust. Easy enough. Step 2, set up a meeting between her and L. Step 3, use her Shinigami eyes to get L's real name. Step 4, take out L and the entire task force. And the final brutal step 5, kill Misa, the only person left who knows his secret. Yeah, in his head, the game is already won. Checkmate. Okay, so the plan is perfect, right? Well, not quite. This whole perfect plan is about to completely fall apart. Because what Light doesn't realize is that every pawn on this board has someone watching over them. And Misa's protector, it's something far more powerful than he could ever imagine. We're talking about a Shinigami, a literal god of death, and it's watching his every single move. Seriously, just try to put yourself in Light's shoes for a second. He's got the perfect weapon in Misa's eyes, he's got a totally willing accomplice, and a straight shot to victory. He thinks he's accounting for everything, for L, for the police, even for Misa being a little unpredictable. He feels completely 100% in control of this situation. This is a guy who prides himself on planning for every single possibility. Or so he thinks. There is one piece on this chessboard that he has completely, disastrously misjudged. In fact, he doesn't even see this piece as a player in the game at all. And then, this happens. With one single sentence from Misa's Shinigami, Rem, the entire game just flips upside down. Boom. Light, the ultimate hunter, is suddenly the one being hunted. His greatest asset, Misa, has instantly become his biggest liability. And it's all because of the one human emotion he never, ever accounts for. Love. So we've got a whole new set of rules. The hunter has become the protector. Yeah, this one single threat just shatters everything. Light's beautiful, meticulous plan, it's in absolute ruins. He's now forced to play a completely new game, and this time, he is not the one in control. And what makes this threat so bone-chillingly real for Light is this one fundamental rule of the Shinigami world. You see, a god of death will actually die if they use their death note to save a human they've developed feelings for. So Rem isn't just making some idle threat, she's telling Light, straight up, that she is willing to sacrifice her own existence to protect Misa. For a calculating mind like Light, this isn't a bluff. It's a cold, hard certainty. And just like that, Light is completely trapped. His disposable little pawn is now totally untouchable. Think about it. He can't kill her. Not only that, he now has to actively protect her, keep her safe from Elle and the police. Because if Elle catches Misa, her life is in danger, which means his life is in danger from Rem. His own brilliant strategy has literally become his own cage. Man, you can just feel the sheer frustration boiling over in this thought. His perfect tool has suddenly become a liability that's even more dangerous to him than the world's greatest detective. Misa is no longer just some pawn he can sacrifice whenever he wants. No, now she's the queen. A queen he is forced to protect at all costs, completely against his will. So the question is, what does he do now? He's trapped, pinned between the world's greatest detective on one side, who's trying to expose him, and a vengeful god of death on the other, who will kill him if he makes one wrong move with the very girl he planned to murder. This is the real test. This is where we see if Light's genius is actually as adaptable as he thinks it is. And now, the ultimate manipulation, turning a weakness into a weapon. See, this is where Light's real, twisted genius comes out to play. He realizes he can't eliminate the threat that is Rem, so he's going to do something way more brilliant. He's going to manipulate that threat into eliminating his other enemies for him. His new plan is just masterful. He's going to weaponize Rem's love for Misa. He knows Rem's only goal is to make Misa happy. So check this out. Step 1. He links his own happiness directly to Misa's. He asks her, if I was happy, would that make you happy too? Step 2. He ties his happiness to Elle's death, explaining they can never truly be happy as long as Elle is around. And the final checkmate move, he gets Misa herself to ask Rem to kill Elle. Not for Light, but for the sake of their future together. It's genius. And it works. It works perfectly. Misa, completely blinded by her love for Light, makes the plea, and Rem, trapped by her own affection for Misa, reluctantly agrees. And the truly tragic part is, Rem knows she's being played, she knows she's being manipulated, but she's still willing to die just to give Misa the happiness she wants. Wow. Just stop and think about this incredible series of reversals for a second. Light starts as the predator. Then he's forced to become Misa's protector. And then he manipulates his own bodyguard, his own jailer, really, into becoming his personal assassin. It is an absolute masterclass in psychological warfare. So with Rem now set to kill L, Light is convinced he's won. Game over. He has successfully turned his single greatest weakness into the ultimate weapon, and he's about to wipe his last real opponent off the board. In his mind, it's done. There are no more moves left to play. So, there you have it. Light has outmaneuvered the world's greatest detective and a literal god of death, proving his genius yet again. But here's the thing. By winning this round, he kicks off a whole new chain of consequences, things that even he can't see coming. Which leaves us with the big question, right? When you're playing with the power of life and death, can you ever truly win the game? All right, today we're jumping into a straight-up psychological chess match where the stakes couldn't possibly be higher. This isn't just a game. It's a duel of wits between two absolute geniuses, the cold, calculating idealist, Light Yagami, and the one-of-a-kind super detective, L. And in this battle, one tiny mistake means you're dead. And boom, right out of the gate, you see the core of this entire conflict. For Light Yagami, there's absolutely no middle ground. L revealed his identity, and in Light's world, that's a death sentence. The objective is simple, elimination. But how he plans to do it? Well, that's where the real genius and the real danger comes into play. So how exactly does Light plan on taking out the world's greatest detective? Well, he's not working alone anymore. He's got a brand new, incredibly powerful, and let's be honest, dangerously devoted asset on his side. The second Kira, Misa Amane. Okay, so on paper, Light's plan looks absolutely perfect. He's got Misa, who has the Shinigami eyes, this insane ability to see the true name of anyone she looks at, and that is the key. All Light has to do is get Misa in the same room as L, and it's game over. And the best part for him? Misa is so completely head over heels for him, she'll do literally anything he asks. And, as if having a human pawn who would do anything for him wasn't enough, Light gets the ultimate bonus. Misa's own Shinigami, Rem, who only cares about protecting Misa, straight up agrees to kill L. So now Light has a literal god of death on call. From where he's sitting, he's already won. The game is over. But here's the thing. While Light is busy setting up what he thinks is the perfect checkmate, he's totally underestimating his opponent. L isn't just playing defense. No way. He's been quietly laying a brilliant and frankly terrifying trap of his own. And this is it. This is L's ultimate insurance policy. He looks Light's own father, the chief of police, in the eye and basically says, "My life is now directly tied to your son's innocence." He's weaponizing his own death. It's the final irrefutable piece of evidence. I mean, what an unbelievably bold gamble. The key thing to get here is that L isn't just investigating anymore. He's waging full-on psychological warfare. He's framing his own potential murder before it even happens. By marching right up to Light in public, he's not hiding. He's making himself the bait. He is betting his own life that if he dies, everyone will have no choice but to believe that Light Yagami is Kira. And this brings us to the college campus. Light thinks he's the one setting the trap, but he's about to find out he's the one who just walked straight into an ambush. L's counterplan is officially in motion. See, Light's entire strategy was based on one simple assumption. L is a total recluse who hides in the shadows, but L completely shatters that idea. By just walking onto campus, he takes control of the entire situation. He completely neutralizes Light's advantage before Light can even think about using it. But then, a massive twist. Misa Amane just happens to show up on campus, and for a second, just 1 second, Light thinks his plan is back on track. L has walked right into Misa's line of sight. He thinks to himself, "I've won." The final piece of his puzzle just fell right into his lap. And just like that, his victory vanishes. In all the chaos of fans crowding around Misa, L expertly snags her phone. Light tries to call it, and guess who picks up? L. The tables turn in an instant, and it is brutal. Light's reaction says it all. "He took it, bastard." This is the exact moment it all flips. L wasn't just defending himself.
Showing up at the college, that encounter with Misa, it was all part of a much bigger, much more aggressive strategy. And now, the trap has officially been sprung. El calls Light, and then he just drops the hammer. He calmly reveals that they have Misa in custody. In one single move, Light's perfect weapon, his ultimate secret asset, has been found out and taken off the board. He never, ever saw it coming. And this wasn't some wild guess. Oh no, El had proof. The same videotapes Misa sent out had microscopic evidence all over them, hairs, fibers, that his team meticulously traced right back to her. It just shows you how deep El's investigation was going, all while Light thought he was the one in control. This is the moment it all clicks for Light. He realizes his huge, critical mistake. He assumed El would hide. He never in a million years imagined that El's greatest strength, his best possible defense, was to get as close to the danger as he possibly could. El didn't run from the fire. He walked right into it. But just when it looks like El has totally won, a third player, a wild card, makes a move that nobody, not even a genius like El, could have possibly predicted. The entire game is about to get reset in the most dramatic way imaginable. So, to understand what happens next, you have to know this one absolutely critical rule of the Death Note. If a user willingly gives up ownership, they lose every single memory they had that's connected to it. It's a total mental wipe. It's the perfect way to erase every last trace of guilt. Rem can't stand to watch Misa suffer under interrogation, so she takes matters into her own hands. She gets Misa to forfeit the Death Note. And just like that, instantly, all of Misa's memories of being the second Kira, of the Death Note, and most importantly, of Light being Kira, are just gone. El's star witness has vanished into thin air. So Light is saved from being exposed, but this victory comes with a terrifying new price tag. Rem, the Shinigami that he was using as a tool, now gives him a deadly ultimatum. His life is now completely tied to Misa's safety. All of a sudden, the master puppeteer finds himself on someone else's string. And that leaves us with the ultimate question, doesn't it? The entire board has been wiped clean, Misa has amnesia, El's case has completely fallen apart, and Light's identity is safe again. But now he's under the thumb of a Shinigami who will kill him without a second thought. So, as this chapter of the battle closes, you really have to ask yourself, who's actually in control now?
Welcome to The Explainer. Today we're going to talk about one of the craziest, most high-stakes gambits in pretty much all of modern storytelling. I'm talking about Light Yagami's plan to prove he's not Kira by literally wiping his own memory.
So you got to understand the setup here. It is critical. The world's greatest detective, L, he's got his guy, Light Yagami, totally cornered. I mean, the evidence, okay, it's circumstantial, but it is piling up. Capture feels like it's just a matter of time. And L, he is 100% convinced he's found his man.
Okay, so the investigation is tightening up, the walls are closing in, and that's when Light does something absolutely shocking. Something that on the surface makes zero sense.
Get this. Instead of fighting back or denying anything, he just walks straight into El's headquarters. And what does he say? He suggests, hey, maybe I am Kara, and I just don't know it. I mean, can you imagine? Everyone on the task force, especially his own dad, is just completely thrown for a loop.
But El, he's not buying it for a second. He is immediately suspicious. He sees right through this whole act. He knows this isn't some confession or a moment of weakness. No, this is the opening move. It's the start of a very, very elaborate performance.
And that performance leads to Light proposing this insane test to prove his innocence. A plan so out there, it honestly looks like he's just committing strategic suicide.
Now, what the investigators don't know is that Light has already set all the pieces on the board. He's already buried the Death Note, he's told Ryuk, his Shinigami, to wipe his memory when he gives a secret signal, and then he volunteers to be locked up, knowing full well he's about to become completely unaware of the whole trap he just set for himself. It's wild.
And then he goes even further. He doubles down. He makes El promise not to let him out for any reason. No matter what he says, no matter what he does. He's literally locking himself in his own cage, betting his entire life on the plan he's already set in motion.
Okay, so the plan is in motion. And the first sign that it's working, well, it doesn't come from Light. It comes from his supposed accomplice, Misa Amane.
So Misa had already given up her death note before she was caught. And because of that, her personality just flips. One minute, she's the stoic, ride-or-die accomplice ready to die for the cause. The next, She's back to being this bubbly, totally clueless pop idol who thinks this is all some weird kidnapping by a fan. Her captors are just baffled, right? They thought she was on the verge of breaking, and now, this?
All right, 7 days pass. Light is in confinement. And then he says it. He whispers the secret trigger phrase to Ryuk, "Get rid of it." And just like that, the final, most important part of the plan kicks in.
And the change is instantaneous and just incredible. The second he gives up ownership of the notebook, poof, his memories are gone. He's back to being that straight-A, justice-obsessed student he was before any of this started. That calm, collected guy, he's gone. Replaced by someone desperately, terrifiedly pleading for his life because, in his mind, he is 100% innocent. You know, the performance is just so perfect, so utterly convincing that even L, the guy who was absolutely sure Light was guilty, even he starts to have a tiny sliver of doubt. And why is the acting so good? Well, that's the genius of it. It's not acting at all. But here's the thing. Just when it seems like the plan is working, it takes a really dangerous turn. Because with both Light and Misa locked up and memory wiped, it looks like the whole thing is about to backfire. Big time.
For days, nothing. The number of criminals dying drops to 0. The Kira killings have just stopped. Completely.
And this is the crazy ironic twist, right? Instead of proving he's innocent, the fact that the killing stopped becomes the single best piece of evidence that he's guilty. His being locked up lines up perfectly with Kira going silent. It's the nail in his coffin.
And you can just feel the pressure building, especially for Light's dad, who's the chief of the whole investigation. Can you imagine? He's now stuck watching his own son be proven guilty beyond any doubt. He's trapped between his job and his family.
So that's it, right? The case looks closed. Light's fate is sealed. But then, in one single shocking moment, the entire game gets flipped on its head. Just when all hope seems lost, that third piece of Light's master plan, the one even he doesn't remember putting into place, it finally kicks in. Suddenly, news just rips through the headquarters. Kira is back. That death note that Light secretly passed to a new owner? Yep, it's being used again.
And think about what that means. The implications are huge, and they're immediate. It's now physically impossible for Light or Misa to be Kira. I mean, they were in solitary confinement. They have a perfect, rock-solid alibi. L has to throw out everything he thought he knew. Light's name is officially, as L says, in the gray.
So, boom. The whole board is reset. But the players are still there. You see, Light's whole plan, it wasn't really about proving his innocence. It was about getting L to trust him, to get closer to him so he could finally win this war. He's cleared his name, for now, but the game is so far from over. And that leaves us with the big question, right? Did he actually outsmart the world's greatest detective, or did he just delay the inevitable?
Today, we are diving deep into a huge turning point in the Death Note saga. The hunt for the killer Kira has completely stalled. The world's greatest detective, L, is staring down an impossible situation, and it's forcing him to risk absolutely everything on one last desperate plan.
So, let me just start by asking you this. What if your own father, the person who is supposed to protect you, was ordered to execute you? And what if he actually believed it was the right thing to do?
All right, let's set the stage. The investigation is in a 50-day stalemate. The main suspects, Light Yagami and Misa Amane, have been in total isolation for weeks. And yet, the one thing that should have stopped dead in its tracks hasn't.
50 days. That's a long time. For 50 straight days, Light and Misa have been locked away. No contact with the outside world, zero access to any information. I mean, by any and all logic, if one of them was Kira, the killing should have stopped, but they haven't.
This is the absolute head-scratcher that L is dealing with. On one side of the coin, you have your suspects who physically cannot be committing these crimes. And on the other side, the crimes are continuing like clockwork. It's a perfect contradiction, and it is completely tearing the investigation team apart.
And the pressure is just getting unreal. L's own team is starting to crack. They're looking at the facts on the ground and pretty much accusing him of just being stubborn, that he's not willing to admit his big theory about Light Yagami was just wrong. His closest allies are questioning his judgment.
So, with his back against the wall, L comes up with what he calls a father's final test. And look, this isn't just some interrogation tactic. Oh no, this is a piece of high-stakes psychological theater. It's cruel, it's incredibly dangerous, and it's designed to push a father to his absolute breaking point.
Okay, so the logic behind L's test is as brilliant as it is, frankly, terrifying. First, the setup. He stages a fake execution where Light's own dad, Soichiro, is holding the gun. Then the test. Just watch. If Misa is the second Kira, she'll have to use her powers to kill Soichiro to save Light's life. And if Light is the cold-hearted mastermind L thinks he is, he won't even hesitate to sacrifice his own father. Their reactions, that's the outcome. That's the final answer.
And this is the moment the whole insane plan hinges on. An ultimatum from a father to a son. A gun pointed right at him, with absolutely no way out. It is a test of character pushed to the most extreme limit you can possibly imagine.
And then it happens. So Soichiro pulls the trigger. It's a blank, of course. But in that split second, for Light and Misa, it is 100% real. And in their reactions, which is just pure, unfiltered terror, not some murderous calculation, Law finally gets his answer.
So, the test is over. Light and Misa are officially declared free. But, this is not a return to normal life, not by a long shot. Their release comes with some very strange, very specific strings attached, creating this whole new kind of prison, freedom, in chains.
So now, L is satisfied that they're innocent, and his logic holds up, right? Misa didn't kill Soichiro to protect Light, and Light didn't suddenly reveal some hidden power to save himself. To L, the real Kira would never ever have let things play out that way.
And this leads to one of the most iconic situations in the entire series. Misa gets released, but she's basically assigned a new manager, who's really an undercover cop. And Light? Well, Light is declared innocent, and then L immediately handcuffs himself to him 24/7. Now, they're going to hunt for the new Kira together, literally chained at the wrist. But as these two are forced to live side by side, L starts to notice something, well, something deeply unsettling. The evidence might have cleared Light Yagami, but the man he's now chained to, he doesn't match the profile of the genius killer L has been hunting at all.
This creates a whole new problem for L. See, the Kira he was hunting was a cold, calculating monster, but the Light he's chained to now is principled. He's honorable. When L suggests that Light should, manipulate Misa for information, Light flat out refuses. He says he could never play with a woman's feelings like that. This is the polar opposite of the Kira L knows.
This just forces L to question everything all over again. Is this new, honorable Light just putting on an incredibly convincing act? Or could something else, something way crazier be going on? For the very first time, L starts to wonder if maybe not just Misa, but Light himself might have been controlled by the real Kira.
And while L and Light are chained together, wrestling with this huge psychological puzzle, the real truth about the new Kira is unfolding somewhere they would never, ever think to look: a corporate boardroom.
Yeah, the chilling reality is that the Death Note has changed hands. It's now being used as a tool for corporate assassination. A whole group of executives from the powerful Yotsuba Corporation are meeting every single week to decide which of their business rivals to eliminate.
So while L is hyper-focused on Light, the power of Kira is being passed around by a committee of 8 ruthless businessmen, and their motive isn't some twisted form of justice, it's just pure, uncut greed. They're killing people to boost their company's stock price and get a promotion.
And all of this leaves us with a fascinating final question. You've got L, the world's greatest detective, physically chained to the man who was once his mortal enemy, but who now has absolutely no memory of his crimes. As they hunt for this new killer together, you really have to wonder, who is truly the prisoner here?
In the massive, high-stakes hunt for the killer known as Kira, the world's greatest detective, L, thought he had the perfect theory, right up until the moment it completely shattered. So today, we're going to dive into that critical turning point, the moment the entire case collapsed, only to be rebuilt into something way, way more dangerous. Yeah, it all starts with this. A pretty shocking admission from the genius detective, right? The guy leading the charge against Kira has basically just given up. He's lost all his motivation. And to understand why, we've got to look at how his entire case just, well, fell apart at the seams.
So for weeks, L was 100% sure he had his guy. His main suspect, a brilliant high school student named Light Yagami, was locked down in confinement. And for a while it worked. The killings actually stopped. But then, out of nowhere, they started up again. And that just threw L's entire theory into absolute chaos. See, with Light and his girlfriend Misa both confined, the new killings kind of prove they're innocent. And this contradiction is so huge for L, it's so impossible that his frustration just boils over and he actually gets into a fist fight with Light. He's completely lost and he's lashing out because, there's this tiny part of him that just can't let go of that first suspicion.
And Light just nails it with this line. He calls L out right to his face. And L even admits, yeah, there's some truth to it. His entire identity as a detective is wrapped up in this theory about Light being Kira. So when it falls apart, it feels like a personal failure. He's obsessed, even when the facts just don't fit anymore.
But you know what? It's hitting rock bottom like this that forces L's incredible mind to go somewhere completely new. He's pushed to the absolute brink, and what he comes up with is a new idea so wild, it's going to change the whole game.
So Al throws this crazy new theory on the table. What if Kira isn't a single person? What if Kira is a power, a supernatural ability to kill that can literally be passed from one person to another, almost like a weapon being handed off?
And when you break it down, this new logic actually works perfectly. Okay, so step 1. Light and Misa were the original Kiras. L was right about that. Step 2. While they were locked up, they somehow lost that power, which explains why they seem innocent now. Step 3. That power was then passed on to someone new, someone they don't know. And finally, step 4, this new person is the one behind the current murders. It's the only theory that makes all the weird, contradictory facts make sense. Now, while L was having his own little detective meltdown, the rest of the task force wasn't just sitting around. They were digging, and they found a brand new pattern in the killings, one that had nothing to do with punishing criminals and everything to do with cold, hard cash.
Yeah, the new victims aren't low-life criminals anymore. Now, they're these powerful CEOs of major Japanese corporations. They're all dying of sudden heart attacks, and every single time one of them dies, it just so happens to hurt their company and help a rival. This isn't about some grand vision of justice anymore. This is just corporate warfare.
And here's the kicker. When you follow the money, every single one of these convenient deaths directly benefits one company, the rapidly growing Yotsuba Group. The connection is it's undeniable.
I mean, the change couldn't be more clear, right? The original Kira was this public figure, punishing criminals for some ideological cause. This new Kira? It's a hidden asset, a secret weapon, just taking out corporate rivals for profit. And this revelation, this is the spark L needed. The fire is back.
So this is the terrifying new question that the team has to face. Has this god of the new world basically become a murderer for hire, selling his divine power to the highest corporate bidder? But of course, it couldn't be that easy. Just as they get this incredible new lead, the whole thing comes crashing down. Again. Right when the hunt is getting hot, political pressure from the outside forces the entire police department to make a pretty devastating decision.
The National Police Agency, probably scared that Kira might start targeting politicians, just caves. They officially announce they are dropping the Kira case. And just like that, the task force loses all its official support, all its resources, all its authority. They're cut off.
The team's chief lays down this soul-crushing ultimatum. The hunt is over, at least for them as police officers. They've hit a brick wall, but this one isn't made of evidence or a clever suspect. It's made of pure bureaucracy and fear.
And this is it. This is the moment of truth that's going to define every single one of them. Do they give up their entire careers, their pensions, their identities as cops to keep hunting Kira as basically a rogue unit, or do they just walk away and let Kira win?
Well, most of the core team chooses to stay. They literally hand in their badges and form a brand new, totally unofficial, and completely illegal task force. And it's all being funded, of course, by L's immense personal fortune. But the choice does fracture the group. One of them, Aizawa, who's always been a man of really firm principles, just can't bring himself to work outside the law. He especially can't get on board with L's, let's call them morally gray methods. So he quits. And his departure really drives home the huge personal and ethical cost of this whole thing.
Now, free from all those pesky police regulations, L makes his boldest move yet. He figures, if we're going to catch a Kira who acts like a corporate criminal, well, we're going to have to fight fire with fire. He decides to recruit some criminals of his own.
So L brings in his own team of specialists. You've got Iber, a lifelong con man who can talk his way into any boardroom. And you've got Weedy,
A master thief who can get past any security system you can think of. These aren't cops, they're pros in the world of corporate espionage.
Laz logic here is just cold and clear. The new Kira is a professional killer, right? So he hires professionals of a different kind to fight back. And the brilliant part is, since they've never been caught, their real names aren't public, which makes them totally immune to Kira's power. They're the perfect weapons for this new kind of war.
And all of this leaves us with one final, really critical question. The task force has thrown away their badges and maybe even some of their morals to keep fighting. They are now operating completely outside the law, using actual criminals to hunt a killer. And it really makes you wonder, right? In the battle against a monster, how far can you go before you become one yourself?
Welcome to The Explainer. Today we're breaking down an absolutely wild, high-stakes intelligence operation from Death Note. We're talking about a moment where a single mistake nearly unraveled the entire Kira investigation, forcing the world's greatest detective, L, to pull off what seems like an impossible rescue.
So, how do you save an agent who's already been caught by the very killers he's investigating? Well, the answer is just wild. You stage his death. Let's get right into it. The situation is about as bad as it can get. An agent is captured, his cover is totally blown, and yeah, his captors have decided he needs to die. L's solution to this? It's paradoxical, it's brilliant, and it all kicks off when the task force starts closing in on a very powerful new suspect.
So for a while there, the investigation had kind of stalled out. But then a new pattern starts to pop up. And this pattern, it pointed away from just a single lone wolf killer. Instead, it pointed towards something much bigger, a full-blown corporate conspiracy. And it was all centered on one company, the Yotsuba Group.
Right, so Yotsuba Group is now on the radar. L and his team are becoming more and more certain that this new Kira, the one who popped up after Light Yagami was supposedly cleared, is operating from inside the company. And not just anywhere, but from the very top, within the executive board.
And when you actually look at the evidence L was putting together, you can totally see how the puzzle pieces start snapping into place. First off, key business rivals, they were just dropping dead. And every time it happened, it directly benefited Yotsuba's bottom line. Their stock would just shoot up. Then there's the timing. The killings were all clustered around weekends, and L, being L, he figured out that's exactly when a small group of their top execs were holding these super-secret meetings, probably to decide who was next on the list. And the final nail in the coffin? They were actively trying to find L. They were hunting the hunter.
So Yotsuba is definitely feeling the heat from L closing in, and instead of laying low, they decide to go on the offensive. A really bold move. They go out and hire the man they believe is the world's second greatest detective, a guy named Geraldo Coyle. And his job is simple. Find L, expose him, so that Kira can take him off the board for good.
But here's the twist, and it is just classic L move of pure strategic genius. He reveals to his task force that, yeah, he saw this coming. In fact, he is Geraldo Coyle. He actually holds the titles of the top 3 detectives in the world, all under different aliases. So when Yotsuba hired Coyle, they didn't hire L's rival. No, they hired L himself. They walked right into his trap without even knowing it.
Okay, so L is gaining the upper hand, he's tightening the net, and then boom, everything goes sideways. The whole operation is just thrown into total chaos because one member of the task force, a guy who is feeling a little overeager, maybe a little underestimated, decides to go rogue.
This agent, Tota Matsuda, he was feeling like dead weight, sidelined, totally useless. So he decides to take matters into his own hands and infiltrates Yotsuba HQ all by himself. And he actually gets pretty close. He's right outside their secret meeting room and he overhears them talking explicitly about using Kira to kill someone. But that victory feeling, it doesn't last long. He gets discovered, like almost immediately. So there he is, trying to talk his way out of it. His cover story is that he's the manager for the pop star Misa Amane, which is flimsy at best. He's trapped. The Yotsuba execs are literally debating what to do with him right in front of him. His only hope, his only move, is to secretly hit the emergency beacon hidden in his belt and pray the team can find him.
And yeah, the stakes could not be higher. For the executives, it didn't really matter if he was a spy or just some unlucky guy who heard too much. The risk was just way too big. The decision was quick and brutal. He has to die.
So, back at HQ, the distress signal comes in. The team is probably freaking out, right? Matsuda's life is hanging by a thread, but L doesn't panic.
Of course he doesn't. Instead, he sees this disaster not just as a problem they need to solve, but as an opportunity, a chance to turn the tables.
L actually manages to get Matsuda on the phone while he's hiding out in a bathroom. And what he tells him to do is just chilling. It sounds like a death sentence in itself. The plan isn't a daring rescue, they're not going to fight their way in, no. The plan is for Matsuda to die right in front of the people who want to kill him.
And what happens next unfolds like this incredible piece of theater. It's amazing. First, they call in the actual Misa Amane. She and some other agents literally crash the executive meeting, turning this tense situation into a wild, out-of-control party. This chaos is the perfect cover for Matsuda to start acting drunk and reckless, and it all leads up to him staging this spectacular fall from a high-rise balcony. And get this, down below, the rest of the task force is already there, disguised as paramedics and police, ready to rush in, secure the scene, and officially confirm his death.
So the rescue? It worked. It was a complete success. But saving Matsuda was just the beginning. That was only part one. The real genius of L's plan was what he did next. How he took this complete disaster and turned it into the single biggest breakthrough of the entire investigation. I mean, the deception was just flawless. The Yotsuba executives literally watched him fall with their own eyes. Then the news reports come out talking about the tragic accidental death of Misa Amane's manager. So, from their point of view, the problem just went away. It was tragic, sure, but also super convenient. They could finally relax. They felt totally secure.
And just like that, this one event completely flips the script. The entire strategic situation is reversed. Think about it. Before, the task force was on the outside looking in. They had an agent captured and the whole mission was about to collapse. After, Yotsuba feels safe. They think their security is foolproof. And that's when L, now playing the part of Araldo Coyle, makes his move. He offers to work for them, and they hire him on the spot, giving him direct, unprecedented access to their inner circle.
And to really sell this role of a brilliant, maybe a little bit arrogant, world-class detective, L demands this astronomical fee. We're talking $10 million. $2 million up front, 8 more when the job's done. And this was a brilliant move because it played right into Yotsuba's corporate ego. Of course the best detective in the world would cost a fortune. It made them trust Coyle even more.
So now the stage is set. L is on the inside. He's been hired by the very people he is trying to catch. The whole investigation has just shifted gears. This isn't about outside surveillance anymore. Now, it's about infiltration.
With this newfound access, the team goes in and plants bugs and cameras all over the Yotsubo meeting room. All over. So for the very first time, they have a direct, live feed into the secret Committee of Death. They can actually listen in as these executives sit around a table and decide who Kira is going to kill next.
So here we are. L's plan didn't just work, it succeeded beyond anyone's wildest dreams. His agent is safe, the task force is now a fly on the wall in the enemy's most secret meetings, and Yotsuba has absolutely no idea. They've solved the problem of access, but that just leads them to the final and most dangerous question of all. Now that you've got all the suspects in one room, how do you figure out which one of them is actually Kira?
Today, we're diving deep into a corporate conspiracy right at the heart of the Kira investigation. This is a story where supernatural justice gets totally weaponized, and believe it or not, murder becomes just another line item on the quarterly budget. And this line, wow, it just cuts right to the bone, doesn't it? This isn't some hypothetical question. This is literally the weekly board meeting getting started. It immediately throws a brand new, chilling kind of villain at us and frames the terrifying problem the investigation is now up against.
So imagine you're a fly on the wall in this secret meeting. You've got 7 of the most powerful executives from the Yotsuba Corporation all sitting around a table. And let me tell you, this is no typical quarterly review.
Yep, you heard that right. These guys have somehow gotten their hands on the Death Note, and they are using it for pure profit. They're systematically taking out business rivals, crushing their competition, and grabbing more and more power, all under the ridiculously mundane excuse of furthering the growth of the Yotsuba group. What's so striking here is just how casual they are about all this evil. I mean, they discuss murder with the same detached professionalism they'd use for a marketing strategy. Victims get chosen, methods get debated, should it be an accident, a stroke, and deaths are literally scheduled like product launches. It's a terrifyingly efficient, corporate-run murder machine, just a dark reflection of how systems can turn human life into a simple cost-benefit analysis. Okay, so as this is all unfolding, the investigation team, including Ellen Light, is watching the whole thing in real time. And they are absolutely horrified, facing this impossible moral choice that's threatening to just tear the whole team apart. So the team is completely deadlocked. On one side, you've got the police, who have an ironclad case. They've got the footage, they have testimony, they have to act now to save lives. But on the other side, you've got Elle's cold, hard logic. Arrest them, and the real Kira just kills all 7 of them to shut them up and then vanishes. It's this horrible choice between saving a few people right now or maybe, just maybe, stopping a mass murderer for good. So with the team totally paralyzed and lives hanging in the balance, Light Yagami sees an opening. He proposes this incredible high-wire act, a deceptive bluff designed to break the stalemate without showing their hand. Now, this is a multi-layered bluff. It's brilliant. Light, pretending to be L, calls up Namikawa. He's the executive Light figures has the most to lose, but also the most influence. He doesn't expose everything, just enough to scare him. And then he dangles a way out. Delay the killings, play both sides, and you just might survive this. And the psychological impact is immediate. You can just feel the panic in this quote, right? Namikawa is caught in this perfect pincer move, the world's greatest detective on one side and a supernatural killer on the other. One wrong move, and his own name is ending up in that notebook. And wouldn't you know it, Light's calculated risk pays off big time. Namikawa, who's now just trying to save his own skin, masterfully convinces the other executives to put the murders on hold for a month. He's bought the investigation precious, life-saving time. But here's the thing. Light's brilliance in this moment doesn't earn him any trust from L. Not at all. In fact, it does the exact opposite. It makes L more convinced than ever that Light Yagami is and always has been the original Kira. This quote from L just says everything. It's like this backhanded compliment wrapped around a direct accusation. He sees Light's strategic genius, a mind so sharp it's on par with his own, and in that genius he sees both the perfect successor and the perfect enemy. Okay, so let's break down L's absolutely wild, almost paranoid theory. He believes Light orchestrated this entire scenario, that he willingly gave up his own memories just to get inside the investigation. And once he's proven innocent, the plan is to get his power back. The endgame? An unstoppable Kira who also holds all the authority and resources of L. So, this fundamental distrust causes a complete fracture in the team. L can't trust Light, he can't convince the police to wait, so he just declares he's going solo. He is going to pursue the truth by any means necessary, even if it means alienating every single ally he has. And that desperation pushes L to his most dangerous gambit yet. Isolated and running out of time, he decides to force the Yotsuba Kira out into the open by using a very specific and very vulnerable piece of bait. This plan is as brilliant as it is ruthless. L is going to leak information that suggests Misa Amane knows his real name. He knows the Yotsuba group is desperate to kill him, and this will make Misa an absolutely irresistible target. It's a high-stakes strategy designed to put Misa directly in the line of fire. Light, even without his memories of their past, is fiercely opposed to this. He has this instinctive, protective reaction. He knows immediately that these corporate killers would stop at absolutely nothing, including torture, to get what they want from her. But Misa's reaction is the total opposite. She's driven by this unwavering, obsessive devotion to Light, and she sees this as her big chance to finally be useful to him. She doesn't just agree, she eagerly volunteers, completely willing to die if it means helping the man she loves. So now Light is totally trapped. He can't let Misa walk into this alone. His only option is to go along with L's dangerous plan so he can be there to protect her. In the end, L's gambit works, creating this tense, reluctant alliance between two mortal enemies, now bound together because they both need to keep Misa alive. And this just leaves us with a chilling question. The investigation has become a series of desperate gambles. L is risking an innocent life to expose a killer, while Light is forced to play along just to protect someone he cares about. It really makes you wonder, what is the true cost of justice? And at what point does the hunter become the monster? All right, today we are diving deep into one of the most intricate and high-stakes sting operations in the entire Death Note series. We're talking about a tangled mess of corporate espionage, a literal death god, and a killer hiding right out in the open. It seriously sounds like the setup to a really weird joke, doesn't it? But believe it or not, that's the actual premise for an absolutely brilliant trap designed to catch a killer. Let's break down how this whole thing got started. So our story really begins with the Yotsuba Group. This is a huge, powerful corporation, and inside there's a secret committee of executives. And what do? They meet to decide who the new Kira is going to kill to line their own pockets. But their biggest goal, their end game, is to take out their number one obstacle, the genius detective, L. Yotsuba's strategy is pretty devious, but it's also kind of simple. They decide to use Misa Amane, the famous pop star, as bait. See, they know she was detained by L during the first Kira investigation, and they're betting that since she's a known Kira sympathizer, she might know something about L's real identity. So the cover story, a big, flashy ad campaign that's actually just a secret interrogation to get to their real target. But here's the twist. The rest of the group has no clue that one of their own, this guy Kyosuke Higuchi, is the new Kira. So when he hears about the plan to bring Misa into the fold, his own greedy, sinister motivations just completely take over. He doesn't just see bait for L anymore. He sees a prize he wants for himself. And this one line tells you everything you need to know about Kyosuke Higuchi. It just perfectly sums up his entire character. Cold, calculating, and just completely ruthless. He sees Misa as this thing to be owned and then, eventually tossed aside for a quick profit. He has no idea who he is messing with. Okay, let's get to the interview itself. Misa is working with L's team, and she agrees to walk straight into Yotsuba headquarters. She's literally surrounded by men who are using a supernatural killer for their own corporate gain. Talk about high stakes. Now, from Misa's point of view, the job is pretty straightforward. She just has to play the part of the cheerful, maybe a little clueless pop star. She'll dodge their questions about L and hopefully pick up on any clues about which of these guys might be Kira. What she doesn't know is that she's about to be sitting face-to-face with the actual killer. What's so great here is how quickly this so-called job interview becomes a full-on interrogation. I mean, they're grilling her about her past, her supposed connection to Kira, and the big one, her time in L's custody. And Misa is just a master here. She plays her part perfectly, giving them absolutely nothing useful and sticking to the script. You can just feel the tension in that room. Just when it feels like they've hit a wall, the whole operation takes this wild, supernatural turn. During a quick bathroom break, everything, and I mean everything, is about to change. So Misa is in the restroom, and suddenly she's confronted by Rem, the Shinigami who used to be bound to her. Now, you gotta remember, Misa gave up her Death Note, so she lost all her memories of being the second Kira. But Rem is here to fix that. She reveals that Light Yagami is the original Kira, and that Misa's real mission is to help him. And this table just perfectly shows that massive shift. In just a couple of minutes, Misa goes from being a pawn in L's game to being a fiercely loyal agent for Light. Her memories are still a little fuzzy, but her allegiance, it's crystal clear now. Her goal is no longer just about gathering info, it's about exposing this new Kira to help the real one, Light, succeed. Rem gives Misa one last, vital piece of the puzzle. She tells her exactly how to spot the current owner of the Death Note. So when Misa walks back into that conference room, she's not guessing anymore. She knows. She looks right at Kyosuke Higuchi, and she sees it. She knows he's Kira. In that instant, L's original plan is toast. It's out the window. Misa, now armed with the absolute truth and her renewed love for Light, completely improvises. She launches her own incredibly dangerous counterplan. So instead of keeping her distance, which is what L's team would want, she does the exact opposite. She actually accepts Higuchi's invitations to go on a date. She is willingly putting herself in the company of a man she knows is a serial murderer who has a supernatural weapon. It's a huge gamble. And here's how she flips the whole script on him. It's genius. She plays right into his ego, claiming that she is the second Kira, this figure he's totally obsessed with. Then she lays down this challenge. If you're the real Kira, prove it. Stop the daily televised killings, but only when I say so. It's a test that only Higuchi could possibly perform, and one that only L's team on the outside can actually verify. And just like that, Misa's trap is sprung. Higuchi, who is completely blinded by the idea of getting Misa and her supposed Shinigami eyes, just walks right into it. Hook, line, and sinker. You see, he is absolutely convinced that he's the one in control here. He thinks he's about to manipulate Misa into marrying him so he can steal her powers. He has no clue that every single move he's making is being dictated by her and watched by his greatest enemies. And then, silence. For 3 straight days, those predictable, televised deaths that had become a daily global event just stop. For the investigation team watching this all unfold, this is it. This is the undeniable signal, the proof they've been waiting for. And with that, Misa makes her report. Just a simple, clean sentence that brings this whole insane sting operation to a close. She walked into the lion's den and came out with the killer's name. Mission accomplished. So, the sting operation was a massive success. They know exactly who Kira is. But this huge victory just opens the door to a much, much more dangerous question. Now that they've found their man, how in the world do you actually catch him? All right, let's get into it. Today, we are breaking down one of the most brilliant, high-stakes, strategic plays in the entire Death Note saga, the anatomy of the Higuchi trap. It is an absolute masterclass in psychological warfare. So this is the core problem, right? The massive dilemma facing L and the task force. They've finally figured out who the new Kira is, but catching him isn't enough, not even close. They have to understand his weapon, a weapon that seems completely supernatural and, up to this point, totally untraceable. So after some incredibly risky and, frankly, kind of crazy undercover work from Light and Misa, the team has their target locked. Yotsuba executive Kyosuke Higuchi. He's the guy. He's the new Kira. But this is where the real problem kicks in. They know the who, but they have absolutely no idea about the how. And this quote right here, this tells you everything you need to know about L's mind. He's not just playing chess, he's playing 3-dimensional chess. He knows that just slapping cuffs on Higuchi would be a total failure. If Higuchi goes to jail, the power could just be passed on to someone else. Or worse, the secret to how Kira kills would be lost forever, leaving them completely blind for the next time it happens. So what does L do? He cooks up a plan that is just so audacious. It's public, it's risky as hell, and it's designed to force Higuchi to show his cards on a national stage. You know, he decides to weaponize the one thing Kira's ego can never, ever resist, the media. Let's just walk through how masterful this is. Step 1. You've got the lure, a fake TV special that Higuchi will be forced to watch. Step 2. The decoy. They bring on a guest who says he knows exactly who Kira is. Then, and this is the critical part, the reveal. They accidentally let the camera get a good look at the guest's face. This creates the pressure. It puts Higuchi in an impossible position. Elle is betting everything on one single assumption, that Kira needs both a face and a name to kill. This move forces Higuchi to scramble to find that name, all while the entire task force is watching his every single move, just waiting to see how he does it. Now, of course, a trap this dangerous, well, it needs bait. And not just any bait. It has to be someone that Higuchi has a very specific and very personal history with. And this is where the deception becomes truly genius. What Higuchi sees on his TV is Misa's old manager, a man he knows he tried to kill. He thinks he's seeing a ghost, but in reality, it's the absolutely terrified task force officer, Matsuda, literally gambling his life on L's theory. And here you see L's cold, hard logic at work. The only reason this whole crazy plan is even possible is because Matsuda is still breathing. Think about it. If Higuchi could kill with just a face, like Misa could, Matsuda would have died weeks ago. L is betting Matsuda's life on this one single but absolutely crucial piece of evidence. So, all the pieces are on the board. L gives the signal, Namikawa makes a phone call to Higuchi, who's just sitting there feeling all powerful and untouchable. He has no idea his entire world is about to get flipped upside down. You can just feel the sheer panic in that quote, can't you? He sees that face on the TV and the blood just drains from his.
It's Misa's manager, Taro Matsui, a man who should be dead. He is looking at a ghost on live television, and he is starting to freak out.
And that is the linchpin of the entire trap. Higuchi knows for a fact that he wrote down the name Taro Matsui. He got it from a business card, so the fact that this guy is alive, breathing, and talking on TV means one absolutely terrifying thing for Higuchi. Taro Matsui wasn't his real name. His supposedly godlike power has a massive, critical flaw.
And from this point on, you can just watch his panic spiral out of control in real time. He frantically calls Misa's new manager, who is secretly Mogi from the task force, and gets totally stonewalled. He gets more and more desperate, even calling the president of the production company, basically demanding the name and barely hiding his intent to kill. Every single dead end, every blocked path, just funnels him deeper and deeper down the exact path El predicted he would take.
So now, with the clock on that TV special ticking away, Higuchi is completely out of options. He can't get the name over the phone. He has to go get it himself. And just like that, the prey has been flushed out of his den.
See, Al didn't just force Higuchi to act. He dictated the location of the action. By giving him the PIN code to the office, the task force knows exactly where he's headed. He has no choice but to physically go there and get that personnel file, and they are going to be there, watching everything. And that's it. The trap snaps shut. It's checkmate. Higuchi is cornered, he's desperate, and he's racing against the clock. He thinks he's rushing to commit another murder, but what he's actually doing is racing to give a live demonstration, a demonstration of Kira's power for lie and the entire world to see. So, El's plan to witness the method? It was a 100% success. But here's the thing. Nobody, not even El, with all his intellect, could possibly have been prepared for the reality of what they were about to find. What do you do when you realize the ultimate weapon of mass destruction turns out to be something as simple as a notebook you can hold in your own two hands?
All right, so today we are breaking down one of the most brilliant strategic operations you'll ever see. We're talking about how to catch a killer who is, for all intents and purposes, impossible. This isn't just about finding a bad guy. It's about figuring out a weapon that breaks all the rules of reality. Let's dive in.
So here's the core of the problem. Right? For months, criminals all over the world have just been dropping dead from perfectly timed heart attacks. The police have absolutely nothing. They're hunting a ghost, someone they've codenamed Kira, who can kill anyone, anywhere without leaving a single trace. The challenge isn't just to find him, it's to figure out how in the world he's doing it.
So how do you make a ghost show his hand? Well, the investigators cook up this plan that is it's beyond risky, it's insane, but it's also brilliant. They decide to set a trap, not in some dark alley, but in the brightest spotlight you can imagine, live television.
Okay, the thinking behind this trap is just genius. First, you create a totally fake broadcast on a huge TV network. Then you get an actor on screen, an eyewitness, who says he has proof of Kira's identity and he's about to spill the beans. The whole thing's a bluff, of course, but it's designed to make the real killer panic and try to take him out, all while the investigators are watching his every move.
And he takes the bait. Our killer, a guy named Kyosuke Higuchi, a big-shot executive at the Yotsuba Corporation, is watching this whole thing unfold from his car. He's feeling the pressure, the walls are closing in. This broadcast was made just for him, and boy, is it working.
And right here, we get a direct look inside his head. You can just feel the paranoia. He hears the witness say he's safe because Kira doesn't know his real name, and you can practically see the gears grinding. Is this a bluff? Is he being played? His mind is just racing, trying to figure this out.
And this is where things get, well, really weird. The investigators are listening in on him, but they are completely baffled. He keeps talking to someone, calls them Rem, but there is nobody else in the car. They're checking for earpieces, hidden phones, nothing. He is having a full-on conversation with someone or something that's completely invisible. The mystery just got a whole lot deeper.
So Higuchi tries to kill the man on TV, and it doesn't work. He gets what he thinks is the guy's real name, does his whole killing ritual, and nothing. The guy's still talking. Panic mode activated. With that TV deadline getting closer and closer, he's forced to make a desperate, terrifying choice to get more power.
You can just feel the tension here. Higuchi does his thing, and then he waits. The seconds tick by. 38, 39, 40. The man on TV is still alive, still talking. Damn, Higuchi says, he didn't die. His go-to method, whatever it is, has failed him,
and time is running out.
And this is it. This is the moment everything changes. Cornered with no other options, he turns to that invisible friend of his and says the words, "Rem, let's make the deal." He is about to level up in a way the investigators could never, ever have seen coming.
So the deal is done, but the price? Oh, it's steep. Half of his remaining life. Gone. But in return, he gets this power called the Shinigami Eyes. What does that mean? It means he can see a person's true name and how long they have left to live just by looking at their face. He doesn't need to find their name anymore, he just needs to see them.
And we see just how horrifyingly effective this new power is almost immediately. Literally, 2 minutes after he makes the deal, a cop pulls him over. Higuchi just looks at the officer, sees his name, and a moment later, the officer is dead. A freak accident. He can now kill somebody with just a look.
As soon as the investigators witness this, the lead detective makes the call. The observation part of this mission, it's over. Higuchi is way too powerful, way too unpredictable. The new plan is simple. Capture him immediately. And that kicks off the final act. What comes next is this desperate, high-stakes chase across the city. Higuchi, now superpowered with these Shinigami eyes, is racing against the clock to kill his target before the cops can finally corner him.
His first stop is his own company headquarters. He thinks he can find a surveillance tape of the witness, get a clear look at his face, and end this. But the investigators are already 10 steps ahead. The tapes, they've been wiped. Higuchi finds nothing, and you can just imagine his frustration boiling over.
So, out of time and completely out of options, Higuchi makes his final and fatal mistake. He decides his only choice is to go straight to the source, the Sakura TV station, and kill the guy face to face. He is driving headfirst into the investigators' final ambush.
He bursts into the TV studio, gun ready, all set to kill, and finds it totally empty, except for a couple of mannequins sitting in the host's chairs. The whole broadcast was a recording. The voices were fake. And you see it dawn on him. Dummies. This can't be. The trap has been sprung.
But it's not a clean capture. Not at all. Higuchi pulls a hidden gun and literally shoots his way out of the studio, wounding an officer. The chase is back on, spilling out onto the streets. It's gotten violent. It's gotten chaotic.
But the chase is almost over, and once they finally get Higuchi, the impossible, mind-bending truth behind how he kills is finally going to be revealed.
The end comes fast. He's being tracked by a helicopter, and up ahead, there's a police blockade waiting for him. His car is stopped. There's nowhere left to run. He is finally caught, and the investigators can at long last get their hands on his murder weapon.
And this is it, the source of all this impossible power. It isn't a poison. It's not some secret technology. It's a simple black notebook, a supernatural object called a death note. And its main rule is brutally simple. You write someone's name inside it while picturing their face, and they die. And suddenly, the rules of this notebook make everything click into place. This is why Kira needed both a name and a face. It explains why his first attempt to kill the guy on TV failed. He didn't have his real name. And the most incredible part? The entire TV trap was designed to exploit these exact rules before the investigators even knew the notebook existed.
So, they figured out the method. The weapon is in their hands. But capturing Higuchi just opens up a much bigger, much more chilling question. He was just a pawn, right? A guy who was given this incredible power by someone else. They figured out how the murders are happening, but now they have to find the true original Kira who started this whole thing. The game has only just begun.
Today, we're diving deep into an alibi so perfect, it was built on a lie that the suspect himself actually believed. We're going to break down a plan that didn't just fool the world's greatest detective. No, it literally rewrote the rules of the game he was playing. This is the story of Light Yagami's ultimate gambit.
It's really the ultimate intellectual challenge, right? It's the question at the very heart of this whole incredible story. I mean, just imagine it. You're backed into a corner, the entire world is watching you, and they are all absolutely certain you're guilty. So how do you convince them they're wrong?
But here's the thing. This was never about proving innocence. It was about manufacturing it. This is the insane puzzle that Light Yagami, the original Kira, had to solve. How do you convince the world of a truth that, first, you have to completely erase from your own mind?
To really appreciate the genius of Light's plan, we have to understand the impossibly tight box he was trapped in.
He wasn't just a suspect. He was cornered by the most brilliant mind on the entire planet.
I mean, really think about this for a second. Light Yagami is suspect number 1. He is being personally monitored 24/7 by L, a detective so brilliant he's never lost a single case. Every move he makes, every word he says, even his heartbeat is being scrutinized. Logically, there is just no way out. Any normal person would have been caught, period. But Light's response? It wasn't just abnormal. It was a stroke of pure manipulative genius.
So what do you do when you can't outrun the trap? Well, you walk right into it. Light's solution was completely counterintuitive, almost insane. He decided the only way to prove his innocence was to actually become innocent.
And listen, this wasn't him just putting on a show. Light's whole strategy was to voluntarily give up the Death Note. Why? Because that single act would completely wipe his memories of ever being Kira. He would literally become a normal, innocent student again, even in his own mind. And that genuine, unshakable belief, that was the only thing that could possibly fool a genius like L.
So here's how this incredibly intricate plan was supposed to play out. Step 1, relinquish. He gives up the notebook. Step 2, erase. Just like that, his memories as Kira are gone. Step 3, confine. He volunteers for surveillance, putting himself right under L's nose. Step 4, emerge. A new Kira, a total pawn that Light set up way beforehand, starts killing, proving the original Kira is still out there. Step 5, assist. The now innocent Light joins L's team to hunt down this new threat. And then, the masterstroke, step 6, regain. He would engineer the perfect situation to touch the notebook again, which would trigger all his memories and powers to come flooding back at the perfect moment.
Okay, so now we get to the climax of this whole phase of the plan. The task force, with innocent Light's help, has finally cornered the new Kira, a corporate exec named Kyosuke Higuchi. Everything Light planned for months comes down to just a few critical seconds.
The second Higuchi is captured, Light makes his move and touches the recovered notebook. Instantly, everything comes flooding back. Every murder, every single lie, the entire grand design. In a flash, he is Kira once more. And then, precisely as he'd orchestrated weeks earlier, exactly 40 seconds later, Higuchi just drops dead of a heart attack. His fate was sealed by a hidden scrap of the notebook. The timing wasn't just perfect, it was inhuman.
And that's the very first thought that goes through his head. Not shock, not relief, just cold, calculated confirmation of victory. The plan worked. Flawlessly.
And this just brilliantly illustrates his two faces. On the outside, he's playing the part of the helpful investigator, right? Hey, Ryuzaki, let's check the notebook. But on the inside, he's just counting down the seconds to Higuchi's death, waiting for his victory to be locked in. The performance is absolutely seamless.
Now, this moment also triggers absolute chaos. As the other investigators touch the notebook for the first time, they can suddenly see the Shinigami, Ryuk. For them, a terrifying monster has just appeared out of thin air. But for Light, it's just a reunion with his old accomplice.
But see, getting his memory back and killing Higuchi wasn't even the final step. The real checkmate, the move that would clear his name completely, was a lie he had planted long before he ever walked into that cell.
So as the investigators are poring over the notebook, they find its rules. And they read like these ancient, unchangeable laws of nature. Write a name, they die. Specify a cause, it happens. The rules are simple, they're horrifying, and most importantly, they feel real.
And then, they find this. A rule, just buried in the instructions. It says that the owner of the Death Note has to kill someone at least once every 13 days, or they themselves will die. This seems like just another bizarre, supernatural law, but it's not.
This one single rule completely shatters L's entire case. Think about it. Light and Misa were held in confinement for over 50 days. If this 13-day rule were true, they should be dead. The fact that they're both standing there alive and well, it presents a logical paradox that even L can't overcome. It's a perfect mathematical alibi.
And here it is, the masterstroke. The 13-day rule is a complete and total fabrication. Before he ever gave up the notebook, Light had the Shinigami Ryuk add this one single false rule. He weaponized L's own logic against him, planting a piece of evidence that L's rational mind would be forced to accept as irrefutable truth.
And you can see the immediate effect this has on the task force. The logic is just inescapable, the evidence, written in this supernatural notebook itself, is undeniable.
For everyone in that room except for L, the case is officially closed.
Light didn't just escape the trap, he turned the trap against his opponent, forcing the world's greatest detective into a position where he had no choice but to lose.
And with those words, L concedes. He's faced with evidence he can't disprove and the unanimous conclusion of his own task force. He has to admit defeat. It is a moment of total, absolute victory for Light.
So the end result is total victory. Light walks free, not just from confinement, but from all suspicion. The surveillance ends, the handcuffs come off, he goes from being the prime suspect to a trusted member of the investigation, now totally free to operate as Kira, completely unchecked.
And this is Light's own internal monologue, right? Confirming his absolute control. He didn't just beat L with better tactics, he beat him by fundamentally changing the rules of the game, without L even knowing it was happening.
And this quote, man, this sums up his entire philosophy. L was playing chess, but Light wasn't just playing. He was writing the rulebook for how the pieces could even move. It was a battle L could never, ever have won, because he was fighting against a manufactured reality.
And that leaves us with a final, kind of chilling thought. Light's plan wasn't just about proving his innocence, it was about seizing ultimate control. And it forces us to ask, if you have the power not just to play the game, but to invent the rules themselves, is defeat even possible?
All right, so picture this. The task force has just cornered and caught the third Kira, a guy named Higuchi. It seems like it's all over. Case closed. But then, it's not. Almost instantly, criminals start dropping dead again. So the world's greatest detective, L, and his entire team are staring at this absolutely impossible question. If we just caught Kira, how can Kira be back? Hey everyone, and welcome. Today, we're doing more than just a simple recap. We are going to dissect the anatomy of what might be the most perfect plan ever conceived. This is a lethal game of chess, where every single move was calculated years ahead of time, all leading to one of the most stunning and brutal checkmates in anime history. So the whole thing kicks off right here, with what feels like an impossible situation. Just when the investigation team thinks they can finally, take a breath and relax, the killings start back up. And they start with a speed and a precision that really, it only points to one person. And we're not talking about a slow comeback either. This is immediate. The day after Higuchi is dead, 16 criminals, all of them just shown on the news, are killed. The message couldn't be clearer. Kira never really went away. The entire chessboard just gets reset in an instant. The killings restart the very second Misa Amane is set free. And for a mind like L's, come on, there's no way that's a coincidence. His suspicions just snap right back to his original targets, Light and Misa. And while the rest of the task force is running around in a panic, Light, he's playing his part perfectly, pretending to be the shocked investigator all while he's secretly the one pulling every single string. So this brings up the big question, right? How can Light and Misa possibly be innocent when they're the only suspects that make any sense? Well, their whole defense, their perfect, unbreakable alibi, it all comes down to one little rule written inside the death note itself. But what if that rule was a complete lie? This rule is basically their get-out-of-jail-free card. It says that if you use the notebook, you have to write a new name in it at least every 13 days. If you don't, you die. Simple as that. And since both Light and Misa were locked up for way, way longer than 13 days and, well, they're still alive, they couldn't possibly be the original Kiras. Case closed, right? Well, not for L, no way. His gut is just screaming that something is seriously wrong here. He even says it himself. This rule is the only thing that doesn't fit. It's the one piece of this giant, twisted puzzle that stands in the way of proving Light is guilty. And L becomes completely obsessed with proving it's a fake. So L, being L, comes up with this absolutely brilliant high-stakes test to finally expose the lie. Here's the plan. He gets permission to use the death note for a real execution. They find a death row inmate who's scheduled to die in, say, 20 days, so more than 13. They'll have him write a name in the notebook, and then they just wait. If that criminal is still alive on day 14, boom. The rule is fake, and Light and Misa's alibi is completely shattered. But here's the twist. Here's where it gets really, really clever. Lia's test isn't just a threat to Light. It's actually an ultimatum for someone else entirely, the Shinigami, Rem, who, as we know, is completely devoted to Misa Amane. And this is the absolute masterstroke of Light's entire plan. He has put Rem in a perfect, inescapable trap. Think about it. If she does nothing, L's test works, the rule is proven fake, and Misa is exposed as a second Kira and executed. Game over for her. But if Rem acts to save Misa, she has to kill L. And we know that if a Shinigami intentionally saves a human's life, they die. It's a truly impossible choice. And in her final moments, you can just feel Rem's horror as she realizes the truth. She was never just an observer in this game. She was the most important piece on the board. Light knew her love for Misa was her one weakness, and he didn't just use it, he weaponized it. He was absolutely certain she would sacrifice herself to save Misa. And he was right. So with Rem completely backed into a corner, the final moves of this deadly checkmate start to happen with breathtaking speed. The world's greatest detective is about to be wiped off the board for good. And it all goes down in a matter of seconds. First, Rem writes Watari's name in the notebook. He dies. And as he does, a protocol kicks in, wiping all the data from the investigation. L sees the screens go blank and knows his right-hand man is gone. A second later, he collapses. Light rushes to his side, pretending to be concerned, all while watching his greatest rival die right in front of him. Checkmate. And Rem, having saved Misa, dissolves into a pile of sand. And just like that, after years of this relentless battle of wits, a global manhunt, an incredible sacrifice on both sides, Light wins. The game is over. So, what happens now? What happens when the only person in the entire world capable of stopping a monster is just removed from the equation? Well, we enter a brand new era, an era defined by the unchecked ambition of a new god. I mean, just look at the scoreboard after this move. Light gets his hands on the Death Note again. All of his main enemies, L, his handler Watari, and the Shinigami Rem, are all gone in one single brilliant move. The investigation has no leader, and maybe most important of all, there's literally no one left alive who has even the slightest suspicion that Light Yagami is Kira. With all his enemies gone and his identity completely safe, Light makes his ultimate declaration of victory. His perfect checkmate didn't just win the game, it won him the entire world. And it leaves all of us with one final, absolutely chilling question. In a world without L, who is possibly left to stop a god? All right, let's dive into one of the greatest intellectual battles ever put to paper. We're not talking about a fight with fists, but a battle of pure wits, a high-stakes chess match between a killer who literally holds the power of a god and the only man on Earth smart enough to even try and stop him. Let's break down this ultimate game of checkmate. So, on one side of the board, you've got Kira, this phantom figure who's handing down what he calls divine judgment on criminals, making them all drop dead from heart attacks. And on the other side, the only person who might be able to stop him, Lel, a legendary, totally anonymous detective whose real identity is the biggest secret on the planet. The game is officially on, and the whole world is their chessboard. So the game kicks off with L's first move. Now, while everyone else sees some untraceable, supernatural force at work, L sees a human being. Someone with patterns, limitations, and an ego. So he immediately sets this brilliant trap, not really to catch Kira just yet, but to force his hand and make him reveal one single, critical piece of information. And this is where you really see L's genius. First, he fakes a worldwide broadcast, but get this, he only actually airs it in one small region of Japan, just to confirm Kira's there. Then he correctly figures out that Kira must have access to police info, because he's using inmates to test the limits of his powers. And finally, when the FBI agents who are investigating Japanese police families all get killed, L knows with this chilling certainty, Kira has to be one of the people they were watching. This all leads to one of the most incredible moments in the entire story. L, having whittled down all the possibilities to the police chief's own son, just confronts him, face to face. The secret war is over. Now it's a direct, psychological duel between two of the smartest people alive. So now, with L's eyes locked right on him, Light Yagami, our Kira is totally cornered. But his response isn't to back down. Oh no. It's to make a move so bold, so self-destructive, it's borderline insane. He comes up with this unbelievably complex plan to prove his own innocence, but it's going to cost him his greatest weapon and his entire identity. Just as things couldn't get any more intense, a total wild card gets thrown onto the board. A second Kira appears, one who's way more reckless and seems to be completely obsessed with the original. For Light, this is both a gift and a curse, a chaotic new piece in the game that could either save him or bring everything crashing down for everyone. You see, this second Kira, a model named Misa Amane, has a totally different reason for doing all this. Unlike Light's cold, calculated mission to reshape the world, she's just driven by pure adoration. She's desperate to meet the original Kira. She even sends out a public message, mentioning her Shinigami, the god of death that comes with the notebook, knowing that only the real Kira could possibly know what that means. But of course, L is always thinking 3 moves ahead. He doesn't just see a copycat. No, he sees a strategic opportunity. He sees a chess piece that he can use to force Light Yagami's hand and expose him for good.
And that brings us to Light's Queen's Sacrifice. It's an absolutely unbelievable plan. He willingly gives up the Death Note, which makes him forget everything about being Kira, and then he lets L lock him up in solitary confinement. The logic is just perfect, even if it's crazy. If the killings keep happening while he's locked away, well then he can't be Kira, right?
And the wildest part? Light's insane plan actually works. The killings start up again while he's in prison, which seems to totally clear his name. This forces L into this crazy position where he has to form a temporary and very tense alliance. The detective is now working with his #1 suspect to hunt down a common enemy. L still thinks Light's guilty, and the memory-wiped Light is genuinely trying to catch Kira. So their joint investigation quickly leads them to a new pattern, but it's a huge step down from Kira's original vision. This new Kira isn't punishing criminals. They're basically a corporate hitman. High-level execs from rival companies are all dying off, and every single death happens to benefit one specific company, the Yotsuba Group. The godlike power of the Death Note is now just being used for plain old corporate greed. This is where Misa Amane becomes the key to everything. Elle and the memory-wiped Light use her to go undercover in the company. She puts herself in some serious danger, acting as bait, and she confirms that a secret group of execs are holding meetings of death to pick their targets. And ultimately, she's the one who identifies the man with the notebook, Kyosuke Higuchi. Okay, so they have their target. Now Elle orchestrates his endgame, and the goal here is twofold. 1, capture Higuchi alive, and 2, and this is the big one, get their hands on the weapon he's using to kill. This is it. The stage is set for the final move. And the plan goes off without a hitch. They use a fake TV broadcast to trick Higuchi into revealing himself, which leads to this insane high-speed chase across the city. Finally, they corner him, they arrest him, and they seize the one thing that started all of this, the Death Note. So the Yotsuba Kira is in custody. For L's team, it's this huge moment of victory. They got the man, and they got the murder weapon. But for a still amnesiac Light Yagami, this is the exact moment his other self, the real Kira, had been waiting for this whole time. Right in the middle of all the celebration, Light casually asks if he can see the notebook. He takes it, his fingers brush against the cover, and he reads the first rule out loud. The very rule that set this whole twisted game in motion. And in that single split second of contact, boom. 50 days of erased memories, all his genius, all his malice, his plans, his identity as Kira. It all comes flooding back in an instant. The sacrifice paid off. The queen is back on the board. Checkmate. This was the final, brilliant, horrifying move in Light's master plan. Weeks ago, Light had his Shinigami write 2 fake rules into the notebook because he knew L would eventually get his hands on it. One of those rules tricks Misa's Shinigami into sacrificing herself to kill L, and it works perfectly. The world's greatest detective just collapses and dies. Light Yagami won. But Light doesn't just win the game. He takes over the entire board. He puts on this master performance of grief, using the chaos and the shock of L's death to manipulate the entire task force. With no other leader, they turn to the one person who was closest to L at the very end, Light Yagami. And this leads to the ultimate twisted irony. The hunter is gone, and the prey has taken his place. Light Yagami, the mass murderer known as Kira, now becomes the new L. He gets the title, the authority, the global network of the very man who was hunting him. He has it all. So with no one left to even challenge him, Light's vision for a new world just takes off. He's posing as L, hunting Kira in public, while secretly being Kira in private. The number of killings skyrockets. They become more political. And around the world, resistance just crumbles into this chilling acceptance. A new world order, ruled from the shadows by one man, begins. This is his victory speech. He's not just some vigilante hiding anymore. He is the law. He is justice. He is, in his own mind, the god of the new world he built all by himself.
And so, the great detective is dead. The brilliant killer has won. The incredibly complex, multi-layered chess match has finally ended. The board is clear, not just of his rival, but of anyone who could possibly stand in his way, leaving the winner with absolute, terrifying, unchecked power.
In a battle of wits like this, winning is everything. But the story leaves us with this one final, chilling question. After the chess pieces are all put away and your opponent is gone, what happens to the world when the man who outsmarted everyone starts to believe he can no longer be wrong?
All right, let's dive right in. Today, we are talking about a massive turning point in one of the most brilliant cat and mouse games ever. Just when you thought the battle between Elle and Kira couldn't get any more intense, well, the entire board gets flipped over. Yeah, it all starts with that one chilling line. Elle, the greatest detective in the world, the only person who ever really had Kira cornered, is gone. The one force that was holding Kira in check has just been taken off the board, and that creates this huge, terrifying power vacuum.
So that's the big question, isn't it? It hangs over everything. Kira, the killer with the supernatural notebook, has basically won the first war. So, what happens now? Who out there could possibly step up and fill the shoes of a legend like Elle?
So in this breakdown, we're going to look at exactly how this new conflict starts to take shape. We'll explore the world Elle left behind, and we'll meet the two brilliant but super volatile successors he was training. We'll see how they each make their opening move, and how Kira tries to play them both. Trust me, the game has completely changed.
Okay, so right after Elle dies, it's just pure chaos. The Japanese police, who are secretly working with him, are now completely rudderless. And Kira? For the very first time, he's operating with almost no real opposition. The one guy who could see through his whole act is gone, and Kira's path to becoming a so-called god looks wide open. And to really get the stakes here, we have to remember the weapon at the heart of all this, the Death Note. But here's the crucial part. There isn't just one. Kira has his, sure, but the Japanese police have one too. And that notebook is about to become the ultimate prize in this new war. But Elle was a genius, right? And geniuses always have a backup plan. Turns out, he was grooming two potential successors at this secret institution. The problem? They are total polar opposites, and they absolutely hate each other. They refuse to work together. So since Elle never officially chose one, when he dies, they just go their separate ways. It's almost like Elle's genius was split right down the middle into two people. On one hand, you've got Malo. He's all fire, emotion, and aggressive action. He's driven by this intense, almost borderline narcissistic need to win, no matter what it costs. And on the other side, you have Nier. He's cold, logical, completely detached. To him, this whole thing isn't about passion. It's just a complex puzzle that needs to be solved. They're two sides of the same brilliant coin. And really, nothing sums up Mello better than his own words. He immediately leaves, telling everyone that Nier should be the successor. But that's not him being humble. Oh no, that's pure ambition. He's decided he's going to catch Kira his own way, using any means necessary, and that includes teaming up with the Mafia. Now, in total contrast, Nier just stays within the system. He calmly accepts the challenge and approaches the Kira case like it's a purely intellectual problem. Even Mello admits it. Nier treats everything like it's a game, a puzzle, and that cold, calculating mind is exactly what makes him just as dangerous as his hot-headed rival. And Mello, well, he does not waste a single second. While Nier is still carefully setting up his pieces on the board, Mello just kicks the whole table over. He decides the quickest way to get to Kira is to just take the death note that the Japanese police have. And his plan is just brutally effective. He kidnaps the director of Japan's National Police Agency. But then the director dies, and Mello doesn't see that as a failure, not at all. He sees it as an opportunity. He uses the death as proof of how ruthless he is, and then he immediately pivots and kidnaps the daughter of the next guy in charge, Soichiro Yagami. The message couldn't be clearer. Give me the notebook, or your daughter is next. So while Mello is making all these headlines with kidnappings and chaos, Nier makes his move in the shadows. He uses his connection to L to get the backing of the US government, and he forms a brand new task force with only one goal in mind. He calls it the SPK, the Special Provision for Kira, and this is basically the official successor to L's investigation. It's an elite, well-funded team, and at its very center is this anonymous leader known only as N. And yep, you guessed it, that's Nier. He is, for all intents and purposes, the new L. And Nier's reaction to all of Mello's chaos, it just perfectly shows off his genius. While the rest of the world is panicking about the kidnapping, Nier immediately figures out who's behind it. He knows it can only be Mello, recognizing his rival's emotional, reckless style. So while Mello uses bombs and brute force, Nier uses pure deduction. He nails his opponent's greatest weakness from thousands of miles away. But hold on, let's not forget the original player here. Where is Kira in all this? He's exactly where he's always been, hiding in plain sight. You see, Light Yagami isn't just Kira. He's also a key member of the Japanese police task force, and he's the son of the man whose daughter was just kidnapped. I mean, the audacity is just off the charts. So Light is in this perfect position to manipulate everybody. He secretly uses his death note to kill the police director that Mello kidnapped, which stops Mello and creates chaos. Then he turns right around and theorizes to his own team that Kira must have been the killer. He uses his own crime to make himself look smarter and steer the whole investigation. It's a masterclass in psychological warfare. And just like that, the old one-on-one duel between L and Kira is completely over. It's been replaced by something way more chaotic, way more unpredictable. This is now a three-way war, with three brilliant, totally ruthless players all gunning for the top spot. So the board is set. You've got Kira, led by Light Yagami, who wants to eliminate his rivals and rule the world. You've got Mello, using the Mafia as his muscle, who wants that death note to beat Kira, and maybe more importantly, prove he's better than Nier. And then you have Nier, leading the SBK, determined to finish the job that L started. 3 factions, 3 goals, all on a collision course. So this is the new reality. That intellectual chess match has just exploded into an all-out war. It's not just a battle of wits anymore. Now it's a clash of ideology, raw emotion, and brutal tactics. And all of that leaves us with one last, fascinating question. In a war between a god, a genius, and a gangster, who could possibly win? All right, let's get right into it. Today, we are breaking down one of the most brilliant and just high-stakes moves in the entire Death Note saga, the Sayu Yagami kidnapping. You know, this wasn't just some simple crime. No. This was a masterclass in psychological warfare. It completely reset the entire board in the hunt for Kira, and it all kicked off with one single terrifying demand. So, the first thing you need to know is that the original plan, the one to trade the director of the NPA for the notebook, that gets violently thrown out the window. All of a sudden, this fight becomes deeply, deeply personal for Deputy Director Soichiro Yagami. It's his daughter's life on the line now. And the price? Well, it's the single most dangerous weapon on the planet. I mean, talk about changing the game in just one single moment. Okay, so to really get how this whole thing went down, we're going to follow the chain of events. We'll start with that impossible demand and the new players it dragged onto the board. Then we'll get into the exchange itself, and after that, we'll unpack the brilliant deception at the heart of it all and see how the aftermath created a brand new, terrifying rival for Kira. Right, a deal for the notebook. The impossible demand. The thing you have to understand is that, right away, the task force is completely on the back foot. I mean, the kidnapper has all the leverage, forcing them into a corner with this demand that's, well, it's not just emotionally devastating, it's a massive, massive security risk. And the demands are so specific. Every single detail is a calculated, strategic move. The location, Los Angeles. That moves the whole game onto foreign soil, right? Which limits the Japanese task force's power. The timeline? Super tight, just 2 days. That's not enough time to cook up any real counterplan. And that order for Mr. Yagami to come alone, that's just perfect. It's designed to isolate him completely. Okay, the new L versus N, a game of distrust. You see, this crisis doesn't just put pressure on the task force, it rips open a massive power vacuum. With the original L gone, his potential successors are suddenly forced out into the open. And let me tell you, they are not friends. This is where we see the first real, deep fractures form between the new L, who is of course Light Yagami, and this mysterious challenger known only as N. So, the battlefield is basically split between 3 key factions, and they all want different things. You got Light's Japanese task force, right? They're trying to rescue Sayu, but also, protect their own secrets. Then there's the SPK, led by Nier. He sees this whole thing as a golden opportunity. His goal isn't really to save Sayu, it's to get that notebook and expose Kira. And then, of course, there's our kidnapper, Mello, whose only objective is to get that notebook for himself. And you can feel the tension right away. Light, acting as the new L, he needs to project this image of authority, right? But he's immediately undermined. Nier just comes right out and calls him a fake. And he makes his true intentions crystal clear. He's not here to help. He's just waiting. Waiting for L to fail so he can swoop in and grab the prize. These guys are supposed to be allies, but they're already enemies.
So, the Los Angeles exchange. A flawless plan. With all this distrust just simmering in the background, Soichiro Yagami heads to Los Angeles, and he is walking straight into a perfectly orchestrated trap. What happens next is a plan so meticulous, so detailed, it seems pretty much impossible to counter.
I mean, the kidnapper's control is just absolute, right from the get-go. First, they intercept Mr. Yagami right at the airport. They give him new tickets for a completely different flight. That shows they knew he was being watched. Then, they force the plane to divert off its path and threaten to crash it. Just like that, they cut off any chance of police or military intervention. It's brilliant. And this is where the psychological warfare really kicks in. The kidnapper speaks directly to Mr. Yagami, establishing this private, one-on-one line of communication. It's such an intimate threat, It completely isolates him from his team and makes it crystal clear that the lives of every single person on that plane depend on him doing exactly what he's told. I mean, this person predicted everything. You think satellite surveillance would work? Nope. The whole exchange happens underground. What about a direct attack? Impossible. There's this crazy, bulletproof, spinning glass door that makes sure nobody can make physical contact. And then the final masterstroke, demanding a test. This does 2 things. It proves the notebook is real, and it forces Mr. Yagami to become complicit in a death before he can even save his own daughter. Just incredible. All right, Mello's masterful deception, the ultimate betrayal. So the trade is made. Sayu is safe, the notebook is gone, the suspect gets away in a helicopter. For just a second, it feels like this incredibly tense standoff is finally over. Everyone can breathe. But this is where the plan gets truly genius. So the task force is tracking the helicopter, right? They think they're tracking the notebook. They figure, okay, we can follow this guy, regroup, and plan our next move. But they have been completely, and I mean completely outplayed. Because suddenly, another object pops up on the radar. It was launched from the same escape site. And it's not a person. It's not another vehicle. It's a missile. This is the exact moment everyone realizes they weren't just tricked. They were watching the wrong show the entire time. The sheer audacity of this final move is it's incredible. The helicopter, total decoy. It was just carrying some poor pawn to draw all the attention. The real prize, the Death Note, was launched away in a missile, making it absolutely impossible to track. And then, to erase all the evidence, the decoy helicopter is just remotely destroyed a few seconds later. It is a perfect getaway. Absolutely no trail to follow. What? So, the aftermath, a new rival. The game resets. Once the dust settles, the devastating reality sinks in. The Death Note is now in the hands of a ruthless, unknown enemy. The balance of power hasn't just been shattered. The whole game isn't just reset. It's been completely flipped on its head. And the new owner? He doesn't waste a single second. Immediately after getting the notebook, he uses it to kill more than half of the members of Nier's own task force, the SPK. This wasn't just an escape. This was a declaration of war, a crippling first strike against his rival. So now Nier, beaten and desperate, is forced to do the one thing he probably never wanted to do, contact the fake L. He reveals the identity of their new common enemy, a guy named Mello. And for the very first time, Light and Near are forced into this really uneasy alliance, united only because they both need to stop this new, terrifyingly effective player. So who is this Mellow guy anyway? Well, just like Near, he grew up in Whammy's house. That's the same special orphanage for gifted kids that gave us the original L. But where Near is all about logic, cold and analytical, Mellow is the exact opposite. He's impulsive, aggressive, and has absolutely no problem using criminal force to get what he wants. This guy does not play by the rules. And just when you think things couldn't possibly get more complicated, there's one final twist. A Shinigami, a literal god of death who originally owned that specific notebook, shows up in the human world to get it back. Now, this doesn't just confirm that Mellow has the real deal, it adds a completely unpredictable, supernatural wildcard to an already chaotic game. Which, of course, leaves us with the ultimate question. Light, as Kira, is now fighting a war on two fronts. On one side, you've got Near, the cold, calculating detective who's playing the long game, and on the other, you've got Mellow, the ruthless gangster who now has the exact same power as Kira himself. So, who is the bigger threat? The genius detective or the ruthless gangster? The answer? Well, it's not nearly as simple as you'd think.
All right, let's dive right back into the high-stakes, intellectual battlefield of Death Note. You know the world, where a single notebook gives you the power of a god, the ability to kill anyone just by writing their name. The epic battle of wits between the detective L and the self-proclaimed god of the new world, Kira, is over. But trust me, the war, it is far from finished.
So, this is the massive problem now facing Kira, aka Light Yagami. You'd think with his arch-nemesis L out of the picture, it would be a straight shot to victory, right? Wrong. L's death didn't create a power vacuum, it created a hydra. You cut off one head, and two more just spring up to take its place.
You see, the whole game just kicks right back into gear, because L didn't just leave behind a reputation, he had an actual succession plan. He was actively grooming replacements, making sure that his mission to take down Kira would go on, even if he didn't.
And these aren't just some random detectives. Nope, they come from a place called Whammy's house, which is basically an institute built from the ground up to find and raise the most brilliant kids on the planet. Its entire reason for being was to create a successor worthy of the title of the world's greatest detective.
Now, what's so fascinating is that L's genius is basically split into two totally different personalities. First, you've got Near. He's the calm, cool, and hyper-analytical one who officially takes over the investigation. And then you have Mellow, the runner-up, impulsive, ruthless, and so driven by his rivalry with Near that he literally joins the mafia to get his hands on the Death Note first. So we have two geniuses, one goal, but completely opposite ways of doing things.
And this line, it just perfectly captures Light's total frustration. He really thought he'd won, that he had taken out the only person on Earth who could match him. But in this moment, he realizes the ghost of L is very much alive. And now it's wearing two new, very unpredictable faces. The game is on again, but the rules have completely changed.
So what's Kira's move? Does he try to take them out one by one? Nah, that's way too simple for Light Yagami. Instead, he cooks up one of the most complex, most audacious gambits you can possibly imagine. It's a master plan designed to wipe both Near and Mellow off the board, get a Death Note back, and cement his power, all in one go.
And this plan is just wow. Step 1. He uses Misa's Shinigami eyes to pinpoint Mellow's mafia hideout. Step 2. He deliberately gives up a Death Note so it falls right into Mellow's hands. Step 3. He plays a double agent, contacting his own task force, pretending to be Kira to get them to raid Mellow's base. And the final step? Use all that chaos to snatch the notebook back and get rid of his enemies for good. It is an incredibly dangerous, multi-layered game of deception.
This quote tells you everything you need to know about where Light's head is at. The plan hasn't even fully played out yet, but his arrogance is already off the charts. In his mind, he's so much smarter than everyone else that victory isn't just possible, it's already happened. He genuinely believes he can't be beaten.
But hold on a second. A plan this wild needs a foolproof escape hatch, right? A get-out-of-jail-free card if anything goes sideways. And of course, being the master planner he is, Light already set one up years ago.
Remember this little thing? The 13-day rule? It is a completely fake rule that Light himself wrote in the notebook. He used it way back to clear his name with L by letting himself be captured for longer than 13 days, which proved he couldn't possibly be Kira. It's his ultimate ace in the hole.
But here's the killer twist. The Shinigami that's hanging out with Mello's crew just casually tells them the truth. The rule is totally made up. All of a sudden, Light's perfect alibi is shot. His enemies now have a piece of the puzzle that could blow his entire identity wide open. And the scariest part? He has no idea they know. The stakes just went through the absolute roof.
Okay, so the trap is set. The pieces are moving. The police task force, being secretly puppet-mastered by Light, gets ready to storm Mello's hideout. This is it. This is the moment where Light's whole elaborate plan either works like a charm or crashes and burns in spectacular fashion.
And it all goes down so fast. At exactly 11:59 p.m., Mello's guys start dropping from heart attacks, just like Kira said they would. The police burst in. In a moment of sheer desperation, Light's own father makes a terrible choice. Then an explosion as Mello creates chaos, all leading to a final, nail-biting standoff.
And that terrible choice, it's this. Soichiro Yagami, the chief of police, a man of unshakable justice, makes the deal for the Shinigami eyes. To stop a monster, he pays the ultimate price, trading half of the life he has left just for the power to see Mello's real name and finally put an end to it all.
This is the peak of the whole raid. Soichiro has Mello cornered. He looks at him, he sees his true name, Miao Keel, and he's holding the death note. It's over. He's got him. The plan seems like it's working flawlessly. Mello is toast.
But in the mayhem, one single gunshot changes everything. One of Mello's men gets a shot off, and it hits Chief Yagami. He's mortally wounded. In that split second of confusion, Mello, the guy whose name was about to be written down, gets away. The perfect plan is completely shattered.
The action might be over, but the real consequences, they're just getting started. The aftermath of this raid becomes this incredibly personal, deeply tragic moment, all focused on the last words between a dying father and his son.
And this is one of the most gut-wrenching, heartbreaking moments of dramatic irony in the entire series. Soichiro, with his dying breath, uses the power of the Shinigami eyes and looks at his son, Light. Now he knows that anyone who owns a death note doesn't have a lifespan visible above their head. So when he sees Light's numbers, he comes to the only conclusion he can. His son must be innocent.
He dies happy. He dies believing his son is a good man. And the absolute tragedy of it all is that the only reason he can see those numbers is because Light gave up ownership of the notebook as a key part of his plan. His own gambit created the perfect, final lie for his own father.
So while his father is literally taking his last breath, what's going through Light's mind? Grief? Sadness? Not even close. We see his chilling internal thoughts. There's just cold, calculating frustration. He is furious that his father didn't write Mello's name down. He's impatient for him to just die already so he can grab the notebook. He doesn't see his father's death as a family tragedy, he sees it as a tactical failure.
And right after it's all over, this is what Light tells himself. It's his philosophy boiled down. All the death, all the lies, even his own father's sacrifice. It's all worth it. For him, morality isn't about good versus evil. It's about winning versus losing. Justice is just whatever the winner says it is.
Which leaves us here with the ultimate question, doesn't it? Soichiro Yagami died believing his son was a hero. But as we watch Light stand over his father's body, only thinking about the next move in his twisted game, you have to ask yourself, what is the true face of justice, and what is the real cost of creating a so-called perfect world?
All right, let's just dive right in. Picture a world where one person can kill literally anyone, anywhere, just by knowing their name and their face. For years, the world's governments have been fighting this ghost, this anonymous killer they call Kira. But what happens when that fight is lost? What happens when the most powerful nation on Earth doesn't just call a truce, but decides to completely surrender?
This is the sentence that changes everything. In this short, absolutely stunning press conference, the President of the United States just announces a complete 180. It's not a negotiation, it's not a ceasefire, it's a surrender. The world's leading superpower has just admitted, on a global stage, that it is completely powerless against Kira.
So, where do we go from here? Well, the rest of the world follows suit. We are now officially in an era that isn't defined by laws or nations, but by the whim of a single, unseen executioner.
And this new order? It snaps into place almost overnight. Just like the president himself admits, wars just stop. Major criminal organizations completely collapse. I mean, on the surface, the world looks more peaceful than it has ever been.
but it's a piece that's held together by a single terrifying threat. You step out of line, you die. Simple as that. But from Kira's perspective, this isn't some complex geopolitical shift. It's a win, a personal, total, undeniable victory. He doesn't see himself as a terrorist who's blackmailed the planet. No, he sees himself as the righteous victor who proved his power was absolute. He's brought even America to its knees.
Of course, this new, peaceful world creates a massive moral crisis for the handful of people who are still trying to stop Kira. We're stepping into a huge gray area now, where the central question is all about the morality of fear.
And this question from a detective on the Japanese task force just cuts right to the heart of the whole dilemma. Matsuda is kind of the everyman here, you know? He's voicing the doubt that so many people are feeling. Crime rates are at rock bottom. The world feels safer for anyone who lives an honest life. So, can something that produces so much good, at least on the surface, really be pure evil?
This exact conflict starts to tear the task force apart. On one side, you've got the results, an orderly world where people are terrified to commit crimes. But on the other side, is this really peace? Or is it more like a global hostage situation? A fragile quiet that's been bought by sacrificing freedom and, frankly, the value of human life itself.
For Kira himself, this whole debate is just noise. It's irrelevant. His philosophy is chillingly simple. Morality is just a byproduct of power. See, for him, justice isn't some concept you debate. It's a title you claim when you win. And right now, he is absolutely winning.
But hold on, the game isn't over yet. While the world is bowing down, a fractured resistance is still out there. Two successors to the legendary Detective L are now closing in on Kira from two totally different angles, and one of them has a clue that could unravel Kira's entire empire.
So here's the playing field. You've got Light Yagami, who is secretly Kira, but he's also leading the investigation as the new L. Insane, right? Then you have the SPK, the Special Provision for Kira, an American-led team headed by the young prodigy Nier. And finally, you have the Mafia, who've gotten tangled up with the reckless and brilliant Mello. Three factions all hunting each other.
And here it is, the bombshell. Mello, who actually had a death note for a little while, gives this one critical piece of information to his rival, Nier. This single sentence changes everything, because it means that Kira, for all his godlike power, has had to lie. He has a weakness.
And Nier's genius is what he does with this. He takes Mello's vague warning and just applies cold, hard logic. He goes through all the known rules of the Death Note, he eliminates the ones he can verify, and he isolates the one rule that served as Kira's single greatest alibi.
The 13-day rule. It's a fake rule that was written in the notebook. It says that if the owner doesn't write a new name down within 13 days, then they die. Proving this is a fake is the ultimate game changer. Why? Because years ago, Light Yagami was held in confinement for way more than 13 days, which supposedly proved his innocence. If that rule is a lie, his entire alibi evaporates. It's worthless.
Light Yagami, Kira. He realizes immediately that Nier is getting way too close, and now, with the world basically at his command, he doesn't just plan some small countermove. He unleashes a massive, overwhelming assault, using the very institutions that used to hunt him.
And just look at how fast this happens. On day 1, Kira calls the US president directly. By day 2, he has the CIA and the FBI working to find Nier's secret headquarters. Day 3, that location gets leaked to his media spokesman. And by day 4, a massive mob of Kira supporters, broadcast on live TV, has the SBK's building completely surrounded.
This is the terrifying result of Kira's entire plan. He has successfully weaponized public opinion. These aren't soldiers or police officers storming the building. They're ordinary citizens who genuinely believe Kira is a god, and their god has just ordered them to eliminate his enemies, all in the name of justice.
So this is where we've landed. Justice is on the brink. The few remaining forces of traditional law and order are trapped, isolated, and fighting for their lives as the rest of the world cheers for their destruction.
I mean, the situation is beyond dire. Nier and the SPK are physically trapped by a fanatical mob. The Japanese task force is paralyzed because they're starting to suspect their own leader is Kira. One detective, Aizawa, has to risk his life just to contact Nier in secret. And to top it all off, Kira now has the entire US intelligence network hunting them down.
It feels like an impossible situation, and it leaves us with this one final, really heavy question. When the entire world starts calling a killer justice, who's even left to decide what's right? And who is left to fight for it?
All right, today we're diving into one of the most brilliant strategic plays in the entire Kira investigation. We're talking about how Light Yagami built the perfect, seemingly unbreakable alibi. It's an insane duel of wits, and it all kicks off with one heck of a direct challenge. The fight kicks off again, not with a whisper, but with this bombshell. L's successor, Nier, opens up his very first chat with the Japanese task force with this incredibly bold accusation. He's not just saying he's hunting Kira, he's flat out suggesting that Kira is one of them, and on top of that, that he's a fool. This immediately puts Light, who is, the new L, on the back foot. So, the battle lines are drawn. Nier's first move is aimed right at the heart of the Japanese investigation team, and he does it with a single question that's just designed to create as much chaos as possible. This right here, this is the question that changes everything. Nier just cuts right to the chase and asks the task force, hey, have you guys ever suspected your own leader? He's planting this tiny seed of doubt, right? Forcing them to think about something they've been trying to ignore for a long time. That the guy leading the charge, Light Yagami, could actually be the one they're hunting. But of course, Light has a countermove ready, and it is immediate and violent. All of a sudden, that psychological game becomes very, very real. Light uses his public mouthpiece, this fanatic TV host Megawa, to whip all of Kira's supporters into a complete frenzy. They swarm Nier's headquarters in New York, basically turning the entire building into a fortress under siege. And this just shows you the level of danger we're talking about. This isn't some peaceful protest. It's a lynch mob. Demegawa's words are being broadcast live, showing the absolute chaos and the mortal danger Nier and his team are in. From where Light is sitting, this has to look like checkmate. Nier is trapped. Or is he? So, even with this overwhelming force outside, Nier doesn't panic, not at all. Instead, he shows everyone just how well he understands people, especially when it comes to their greed. Nier's plan is just sheer audacity. He gets his team to start throwing $10 million out the windows, and the effect? It's instantaneous. The mob of true believers completely dissolves into this chaotic, greedy scramble for cash. The holy war for Kira is forgotten in about a second when there's a chance to get rich. And just like that, Nier completely turns Light's attack on its head. See, the riot that Light started forced a huge police response. So Nier and his team just slap on some police uniforms and walk right out the front door, disappearing into the same chaos that was supposed to trap them. The thing that was meant to be Light's winning move becomes Nier's perfect escape route. So Nier getting away is a huge win for sure, but his real goal was never just about survival. It was about breaking the trust inside the Japanese task force. And in that, he succeeded, big time. Now this is Nier's masterstroke. After proving he can outsmart Light's physical attack, he just leaves this little back channel open. He knew that the timing of that mob, happening right after he voiced his suspicions, it would just look way too convenient. And he was right. Investigator Shuichi Aizawa, who's had his own doubts for a while now, makes the call. So Aizawa spills everything. He tells Nier the entire secret history of the first L's investigation into Light. He lays out how Light volunteered to be locked up, how his own dad staged a fake execution to test him, and how a fake Death Note rule was used to clear his name. This is the crucial context Nier was missing. And with that one piece of information, bam, Nier connects all the dots. He realizes the only reason the police chief, Soichiro Yagami, would go to such an insane length is if the main suspect was his own son. For Nier, the conclusion is now inescapable. The second L is Light Yagami, and Light Yagami is Kira. Okay, but this is where Light's genius just goes to a whole other level. He knows he's suspected. He knows he's being watched. And instead of fighting it, he leans right into it, turning his enemy's greatest weapon into his own ultimate shield.
I mean, this is the ultimate gambit. When Aizawa confronts Light and demands to put him and Misa Amane under 24/7 surveillance, Light doesn't just agree, he practically encourages it. Aizawa thinks he's finally cornering his prey, but what's really happening is he's walking straight into Light's perfectly laid trap. And what does the investigation find? Absolutely nothing. Zip. Nada. No notebook, no weird behavior, nothing. Light and Misa are under constant watch. Mogi is literally living with Misa, watching every single thing she does. From the outside, it looks like Light has been completely 100% cleared.
And just when the task force is starting to think, maybe we were wrong about him, Light unleashes the final, devastating piece of his plan. Can you imagine the shock? Live on television, Kira spokesman Dimagawa and his buddies just start dropping from heart attacks. But how? The entire task force can personally vouch that Light and Misa haven't written a single name down. They have a perfect, ironclad eyewitness alibi. It just seems impossible.
But it wasn't impossible. It was all part of the plan. Before any of the surveillance even started, Light had Misa give up ownership of her death note and mail it to a successor he'd handpicked. He chose this guy he'd been watching on TV, a prosecutor and a fanatical Kira supporter who understood his ideals perfectly.
And here's the most brilliant part. Teru Mikami doesn't need any orders. Just by getting the notebook, he understands his mission. He starts carrying out Kira's judgment all on his own, killing Demigawa for being too greedy and ruining Kira's image. And all the while, the real Kira, Light Yagami, just sits back and watches, with the very people who are trying to catch him. And this is where we leave the chessboard. Light has created a perfect alibi. He's proved his innocence to the task force, and he's empowered a new autonomous Kira to keep doing his work. Nier might know the truth in his gut, but how on earth can he prove it when the guy he's hunting is being watched by the police 24/7? It really seems like Light has achieved the ultimate victory. The question now is, can anyone actually stop him?
So what happens when a master planner, a true genius, finds himself completely trapped and under surveillance? And at that exact moment, a new, terrifyingly efficient killer pops up, acting in his name? Well, today, we're going to break down how the original Kira, totally cornered and unable to act, turns this unpredictable new threat into his single greatest weapon. Think about that for a second. This is the simple, absolute philosophy that kicks our entire story into high gear. It's a statement that leaves zero room for gray areas, and it becomes the terrifying foundation for a new and honestly even more ruthless kind of justice. You see, the original Kira, Light Yagami, is under the constant watch of investigators. He's effectively paralyzed. But of course, the world doesn't know that. And then, all of a sudden, the judgments start up again, carried out by some new independent actor. It's a move that completely forces Light's hand.
Yeah, that is the mantra of Teru Mikami. He's a criminal prosecutor who has taken it upon himself to be Kira's right hand, his executor. And he isn't just punishing criminals, he's methodically and relentlessly erasing what he considers evil from the world, one name at a time.
Okay, so let's really get into this, because to understand Mikami's terrifying efficiency, you have to understand the man himself. This stark black and white view of the world didn't just appear out of nowhere. It was forged in the fires of his childhood.
So for Mikami, justice isn't about rehabilitation or even punishment in the traditional sense. No, it's about deletion. It's this core belief that some people just have no reason to exist, that their very presence is a stain that has to be permanently removed. It's an ideology that's way more extreme than anything even the original Kira had in mind.
This timeline here, it lays it all out pretty clearly. He starts as a kid, just trying to stand up to bullies. But his methods, well, they escalate. Now, what's really fascinating is this event he calls the miracle. His own mother, who thought his sense of justice was way too extreme, dies in the same accident as the delinquents who are tormenting him. He doesn't see it as a tragedy. No, he sees it as proof from God that he's on the right path.
And if you had any doubt at all about how fanatical this guy is, this quote just says everything. In Mikami's world, there is no room for debate, not even from his own family. If you're not on the side of justice, his specific brand of justice, then you are evil, period, and you deserve to be deleted.
So, while this zealot is out there carrying on his crusade, where is our original mastermind, Light Yagami? He's trapped. He's like a king on the chessboard with literally nowhere to move, forced to watch as this new, incredibly powerful piece appears on the board that he doesn't control.
You have to understand, Light is in a serious bind. He's being watched 24/7, which means he can't use the Death Note himself. He desperately needs someone to act for him. But his most loyal follower, Misa, she's not built for the kind of strategic game he needs to play right now. So Mikami's appearance isn't just a problem. It's a potential and very dangerous solution. And this right here, this is the core difference between them. It's so important. Mikami is a true believer, a zealot acting on pure faith in a cause he thinks is divine. Light, on the other hand, is a cold, cynical manipulator who's just using that cause for his own grand ambitions. So you've got one man who's a weapon forged by belief, and the other is the hand that desperately wants to wield it.
So how does Light, our trapped mastermind, even begin to make contact with Mikami, this unknown and frankly overzealous follower? Well, it's not by chance. It happens through a series of incredibly calculated risks. Let's walk through how he pulls this off.
Okay, so, acting completely on his own, Mikami decides Kira needs a new spokesperson. He chooses Kiyomi Takada, a really popular news anchor who happens to be a huge Kira supporter. But here's the fateful twist. Takada also happens to be Light Yagami's ex-girlfriend from college. This creates the perfect, though incredibly high-stakes, opening for Light to finally make his move.
Light's plan here is just brilliant in how audacious it is. He uses his past relationship with Takada as a perfect excuse to get in touch with her, all while the police are watching. He plays on her feelings, orchestrates this private meeting, and basically uses her as the perfect go-between to establish a direct line to the new Kira.
This quote, just a private thought from Light, it reveals everything about his ruthless, pragmatic mind. He sees people as tools, and Misa Amane, for all her unwavering loyalty, is a tool he just can't use for this delicate an operation. He doesn't need a follower anymore, he needs a partner.
And this brings us right to the climax of the whole plan. Picture this, Light is in a hotel room with Takada. The police are listening to every single word. And on the other end of a phone call is Mikami, who has called Takada and is now, you can imagine, deeply suspicious of the man in the room with her. So how does Light prove who he is without saying a single word that could get him caught?
Right, Mikami isn't just going to take some guy's word for it. He issues a challenge, a test of faith and power. He demands that the man on the phone, the man claiming to be his god, prove it, and he has to do it immediately.
And Light's response is simple, calm, and absolutely terrifying. Just 4 words. And a moment later, a TV host on that very channel just collapses and dies of a heart attack live on the air. In one single move, Light has passed the test, confirmed his identity, and flexed his power for everyone to see. For Mikami, for Takada, and for the totally powerless investigators listening in. It's an incredible illustration of his control, even when he's supposedly trapped.
Mikami's response is just pure awe and submission. His faith is rewarded. His god is real. The test has been passed, and this incredibly dangerous alliance is now officially sealed.
And just like that, Light has escaped his prison without ever having to leave the room. He has successfully engineered a whole new power structure, a formidable trinity, all designed to carry out his will and build his new world.
This table here breaks it down perfectly. You have Light as the mastermind, the hidden brain directing the whole operation. Mikami becomes the hand, the public face of Kira's wrath, the one carrying out all the judgments. And then you have Takada, who becomes the voice, the charismatic spokesperson delivering Kira's message to an adoring and, of course, very fearful world.
But this all brings us to one final lingering question. Light absolutely believes he's in complete control, but he's now tied his entire fate to a fanatic, a man who acts on his own rigid, uncompromising beliefs. And in an alliance built on such an unstable foundation, you really have to ask, who is the weapon, and who is just holding on for dear life?
All right, let's get right into it. We are breaking down one of the most incredible chess matches in all of anime history. That final high-stakes battle of wits between Light Yagami and his pursuer, Nier. This is it. This is where every single plan, every deception, and every sacrifice finally comes to a head. And this quote from Light, it just says it all, doesn't it? The game has moved way beyond justice versus a new world order. For Light, this has become a deeply personal fight against L's legacy. It's one last battle to prove that he's the ultimate victor. So here's how we're going to deconstruct this duel piece by piece. We'll kick things off as the endgame begins, then we'll look at Nier's incredibly bold gambit and Light's just unbelievably complex counterplan. After that, we'll see the human pawns caught right in the middle, and finally how that last decisive trap is set.
So the board has been reset. L is gone, right? But his successor, Nier, has landed in Japan, and he is not content to investigate from a distance, no way. He's here to force a direct confrontation, to bring the Kira case to its ultimate conclusion, and prove that he is a worthy successor in this deadly game.
You know, what's so brilliant here is how Nier just immediately organizes the chaos. He knows there's more than one Kira out there, so he assigns these clear code names. Light, who's pretending to be L, becomes Elka. The new killer on the block is X-Kira, and the spokesperson Kiyomi Takada, she's the go-between. It just perfectly shows his methodical, almost clinical approach to solving this massive puzzle.
So, with all the players defined, Nier makes his first move. And wow, what a move it is. It's incredibly audacious. He doesn't just investigate. He literally picks up the phone and calls Light directly, laying down the gauntlet for everyone to see. And here's the plan. I mean, on the surface, this looks completely insane, right? You announce you're in the country, you admit you only have 4 people, and you basically paint a giant target on your own back. But this isn't reckless. It's a calculated psychological trap, and it's designed specifically to exploit Kira's infamous arrogance. Nier is betting everything that Light will not be able to resist such an easy, tempting target. And this right here, this quote just sums up Nier's whole strategy. He understands Light's psychology perfectly. He knows Light sees himself as a god who doesn't run from challenges, but crushes them. Nier isn't just trying to outthink Kira. He's using Kira's own personality as a weapon against him. He might even get Light's god complex better than Elle ever did. But here's the thing about Light. He never just takes the bait. He was already setting a trap of his own. When he hears Nier's challenge, he's probably thinking, perfect, you're playing right into my hands. He's been preparing for this moment all along. So check out Light's counterplan. It is an absolute masterpiece of misdirection. He splits his entire operation in 2. You've got Kiyomi Takada on one side, acting as this very public decoy with a fake notebook. Meanwhile, the real new Kira, Teru Mikami, is continuing the actual killings in total secret. The goal is simple: make Nier focus all of his attention on the wrong person. And the reason this whole crazy plan can even work, it all comes down to the man Light chose as his proxy, Teru Mikami. I mean, this quote says it all. Mikami isn't just an accomplice, he's a true disciple. His fanatical, unquestioning devotion makes him the perfect tool. He will follow any order, no matter how bizarre, because he truly believes it's the will of his god, Kira. You know, this whole thing isn't just a cold, logical chess game. There are real, messy human emotions involved. Light is also manipulating the very volatile feelings of the people around him, especially his 2 most devoted followers, Misa Amane and Kiyomi Takada. Which brings us to this dinner. And let me tell you, this is less of a friendly meal and more like a battlefield. Light orchestrates it, but it's such a dangerous move. Takada invites Misa, and it just sets the stage for this tense, passive-aggressive showdown between the 2 women who are both fighting for Light's affection. It's a huge risk, but Light is using their jealousy to fuel their loyalty. So you have Misa, who's obviously feeling pushed out, and she just throws this bomb on the table. She claims, totally makes up, that Light proposed to her. She's trying to mark her territory right in front of her rival. It's a desperate, almost childish bluff, but it really shows you how high the personal stakes have gotten. And Takada? Oh, she is not having any of it. She comes right back with this absolutely icy, condescending shutdown and just ends the disastrous dinner. This rivalry is a serious wild card. It's a potential crack in Light's otherwise perfect plan. He's juggling more than just notebooks. He's juggling raw human emotion, and it's barely contained. So while all that personal drama is happening, Nier's team has to cut through the noise. They already suspect Takada is just a decoy. So the real question, the one that could bring down Light's entire strategy, is who is the hidden killer? Who is the real ex-Kira? So they start putting together a profile. They're thinking, okay, who would ex-Kira have to be? Well, they'd have to be a vocal Kira supporter. They need to know Takada personally, maybe even intimately. And, crucially, they have to be smart enough and zealous enough to figure out what Kira wants without direct orders. They are hunting for a true believer. And when they run through all those clues, every single road leads to one man, Teru Mikami. He's a prosecutor with this rigid, fanatical ideology of justice. His entire worldview just aligns perfectly with Kira. He's not just a suspect. He is the missing piece of the puzzle. Okay, so now they've got their guy. This is it.
The end game is truly on. The SPK focuses every last bit of its surveillance on Mikami, just waiting for him to make one tiny mistake that will expose him as ex-Cura.
But there's something really weird going on here. Mikami's routine is, well, it's unnervingly perfect. He lives this life of rigid, predictable discipline. In fact, the agent following him reports that it's ridiculously easy. He's so normal that it's abnormal, and this just makes Nier even more suspicious. They know this perfect facade has to be hiding something. They just need to wait for the mask to slip.
And then it happens. The moment the mask slips. On a crowded train, some guy starts harassing a woman. For anyone else, it's just an annoyance. But for Mikami, it's an impurity that must be cleansed. His rigid control just snaps. He pulls out the death note and, in plain view of the SPK agent, delivers Kira's judgment. The trap has been sprung.
So they've seen it with their own eyes. Mikami is ex-Cura. But that's not the final piece of the puzzle. To really make their case, to prove this whole supernatural element is real, the agent has to get their hands on that notebook. They have to touch it. That's the last bit of proof they need to finally move against both Curas. And that leaves us right here, at this critical moment. Nier has exposed ex-Cura, and it looks like he's outsmarted Light's whole decoy plan. But Light knows they're watching Mikami. So was this exposure just another layer of an even deeper strategy? We're looking at a trap inside of a trap. And the ultimate question remains, which of these brilliant, ruthless minds has truly set the winning board?
All right, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're diving deep into one of the most incredible strategic showdowns in all of modern fiction, the final, mind-bending battle of wits between Cura and his pursuers. So, here's what we're going to cover. We're going to track two absolute masterminds, Light and Nier, as their insane plans just smash into each other. We'll look at Cura's supposedly perfect system, then see how Nier's all-seeing eye starts to pick it apart. We'll get into the unpredictable human elements that throw a wrench in everything, the decisive moves to corner an opponent, and finally, the setting of the ultimate trap. This is a chess match on a global scale, so let's get into the first move.
Okay, first up, let's really get into Kira's head. We gotta understand his strategy. See, at this point in the game, Light Yagami isn't just making moves anymore. He's built what he truly believes is a perfect, self-running machine, a system that is absolutely 100% flawless.
So, this is how it works. Light gets his most fanatical follower, this guy Teru Mikami, to take over as the acting Kira, but with this incredible layer of security. Mikami carries out all his daily judgments using a perfectly forged decoy notebook. Meanwhile, the real notebook stays hidden, safe and sound. The only link is a few real pages that Mikami uses to communicate with Light's new spokesperson. It's an amazing deception. To anyone watching, Mikami is Kira, and that notebook he carries is the real deal. In Light's mind, he's created an untouchable system, a perfect illusion that nobody could possibly see through.
But, you know, even the most perfect machine can have a ghost in it, right? And while Light's sitting back thinking he's won, his opponent, Nier, is already watching every single move. His own counterplan is quietly clicking into place.
So Nier's team, they've already got their guy. They've zeroed in on Mikami as the #1 suspect, and they start tailing him, just waiting for him to slip up. And then, while they're watching, they see this thing. Something that seems totally random. Just a minor disturbance on a train that, as it turns out, is going to be the key to everything.
And then, this is the moment, the one they've been waiting for. The agents watch as Mikami, with this chilling calm, just writes in his notebook. Not even a minute later, the guy harassing the woman just collapses, dead. And just like that, there's no more doubt. They found the new Cura.
Okay, so they've got their man. Easy, right? Well, not exactly. Because confirming Mikami is Cura is one thing, but actually stopping him, that's a whole different ballgame. And it's because of this one massive, unseen problem. The very real possibility of a Shinigami, an invisible god of death.
And this becomes the absolute core of their problem. How in the world do you tail someone who might have an invisible bodyguard? I mean, think about it. You can watch him, you can follow him, but how can you possibly get close enough to grab the notebook when a supernatural being you can't even see might be watching your every move?
Now this is where things get really juicy. You've got these two perfect, genius-level plans, but they both start to come apart at the seams. And it's not because of some brilliant countermove. Nope, it's because of something way more chaotic. People. Let's look at Light's side of the board. He's got to use his spokesperson, Kiyomi Takada, as the secret go-between. But to keep her on his side, he has to play this really dangerous emotional game, lying to her about his relationship with Misa Amane. What he creates is this super volatile love triangle that he's constantly having to manage. It's a variable he just can't completely control.
And at the same time, inside Light's own task force, Aizawa is getting seriously suspicious. He just has this feeling that Light and Takada are passing notes during their meetings. So to prove it, he sets this beautifully simple trap. He puts tiny marks on a few notepads in the room, and when he checks later, he finds the marked pads have been swapped out for clean ones. He knows. He knows for sure they're passing secret messages.
So as soon as Aizawa's information gets to Nier, confirming that secret communication line, everything changes. Nier decides, okay, observation time is over, it's time to start taking pieces off the board.
And Nier's first move? It's all about consolidating his power. He turns to Aizawa and the Japanese task force. You know, the guys who still think they're his partners in this whole thing. Yeah, Nier is about to set them straight. And he doesn't mince words. He just lays it out, cold as ice, telling them their role in the investigation is over. They aren't part of the main plan anymore. Their only job now is to be witnesses when he finally takes Kira down.
But he's just getting started. His next move is even bolder. He has his team literally grab Misa Amane right before she's about to go on TV. Now, this isn't random at all. It is a precision strike. It cuts off a potential line of communication for Light, it takes the dangerous second Kira off the board, and it's a direct public challenge to Kira himself.
Okay, so all of this, all these moves, it's all been leading up to this. The final and, by far, the most dangerous part of Nier's plan. A crazy high-stakes gamble to actually get his hands on the real Death Note. The whole plan comes down to one agent, Giovanni. His mission sounds simple, but it's insane. He's got to follow Mikami, who is like clockwork predictable, to his gym on New Year's Eve, crack his locker, and just touch the notebook. The goal isn't to steal it. It's just to see if a Shinigami is there guarding it. I mean, this is basically a suicide mission. One wrong move and he's a dead man.
And against all odds, he does it. Giovanni gets in, touches the notebook, and gets the hell out. He reports back, and this is the crucial part, he wasn't killed. And he didn't see a Shinigami. This is a massive breakthrough. It probably means Mikami is operating all by himself, with no invisible bodyguard.
But Nier, he's never satisfied. He's still paranoid. He has to be 100% sure Giovanni wasn't somehow forced to lie by the notebook itself. And this is where his insane encyclopedic knowledge of the Cure case pays off. He remembers one very specific, very obscure rule. The Death Note can control someone, but only for a maximum of 23 days before they die.
So what does he do? He comes up with this genius final test. He sets the date for the big showdown with Light for 24 days later. That's one day after the notebook's mind control powers would have expired. It's brilliant. If Giovanni is still alive and acting normally on that 24th day, Nier knows his intel was good. He knows Giovanni was telling the truth. And in the meantime, Giovanni doesn't just touch the notebook. He manages to snap photos of every single page. Nier gets these photos, compares the handwriting to public records of Mikami's, and bingo, a perfect match. He's got him. The physical proof is undeniable.
But just when you think every piece is locked in place, that the checkmate is inevitable, all hell breaks loose. A report flashes in. Kiyomi Takada's escort team has been attacked, and she's been kidnapped. And this wasn't Light's move. It definitely wasn't Nier's. This is someone new.
So, the stage is set. The traps are all laid out, the date is circled on the calendar, but a total wild card has just been slammed down on the table, and it's thrown the entire game into chaos. It leaves us with one massive, lingering question. Can any perfect plan, no matter how brilliant, ever truly account for a truly wild card?
So today, we're diving right into the absolute climax of a deadly war of wits. We have two masterminds, Light Yagami and Nier, and both of them are just one single step away from total victory. And the craziest part? Both of them are completely 100% certain that they've already won. We're going to break down this incredible chain of events, starting with the final agreement between these two geniuses. Then, we'll get into the shocking appearance of a third player, which leads to an impossible choice. And finally, a ruthless move to clear the board for the endgame.
All right, so the stage is set. All the pieces are exactly where they need to be. Light Yagami, who's still pretending to be L, and his challenger, Nier, finally agree to meet face-to-face. This isn't just a chat, this is it. This is the showdown meant to end the Kira case, once and for all.
And what's just fascinating here is the sheer, unwavering confidence from both of them. I mean, look at this. For Light, it's all about his God complex, right? He truly believes he's writing the end of this story. But for Nier, his certainty comes from pure, cold logic. They're both staring at the exact same event, and each one sees it as their own guaranteed checkmate. It's like a battle of faith versus facts.
For Light, this victory feels like it's already in the bag. He gets this simple, prearranged text message from his fanatical follower Mikami, and that's the signal. It confirms his entire elaborate trap is set. So in his mind, this upcoming meeting, it's just a formality. It's just a chance to sit back and watch his opponent walk right into it.
And then, right on cue, the phone rings. It's Nier. And just as Light predicted, Nier is the one to make the first move, proposing the meeting where he says he's going to present all his evidence. He's literally walking right into what Light believes is the perfect trap.
You know, even the ground rules they said are just part of the game. Every single detail is a calculated move. They agree to meet at this neutral abandoned warehouse. Everyone has to be there, which guarantees witnesses. And here's the kicker. Nier insists the Death Note be present, but not in Light's hands, and Light just agrees, because he thinks that very condition plays perfectly into his own plan.
So you have both sides thinking they've anticipated every single move. They have planned for every possible outcome. The board is set, the rules are clear. So what happens when a piece that was never even supposed to be on the board suddenly makes its own move?
Okay, let's get into this, because this is the moment where the perfect plans of two geniuses get thrown into absolute chaos by a force that is violent, unpredictable, and completely off the script.
So, bam! Right in the middle of all these final, meticulous preparations, a shocking public assault happens, and the target? None other than Kira's official spokesperson and, secretly, Light's accomplice, Kiyomi Takada.
And this isn't some quiet snatch and grab. She is violently kidnapped, right in front of her bodyguards. It's a loud, messy, direct attack, and it immediately sends shockwave through both Light's and Nier's teams. The carefully constructed timeline for their meeting is just shattered.
And here's the twist. The attacker isn't working for Nier. It's Mello, a rival from Nier's own past, a guy known for being impulsive, emotional, and just unbelievably ruthless. He's the one thing neither of these masterminds could fully predict: pure, unfiltered chaos. Light knows. Instantly. He recognizes the signature. Nier operates with careful, logical plans. This is explosive. It's a frontal assault. This has Mello written all over it, and his return to the game threatens to just burn the entire chessboard to the ground.
So now picture it. Takada is trapped, all her things are gone, and she's totally isolated with her kidnapper. But Light is a master strategist. He had prepared her for this exact kind of worst-case scenario.
She gets one tiny window of opportunity. She finds a hidden cell phone and makes the one and only call that matters. To the man holding all the strings, Light Yagami.
Now on the surface, her call is a desperate plea for help. But listen closer. It's also a report. She's confirming it. She's telling him she followed his emergency instructions to the letter. She stayed calm, she prioritized survival, and now she's waiting for his next command.
Light quickly reminds her of the grim protocol he drilled into her. It's a sequence designed not just for survival, but for action. And that final step, act, that was her order to use a hidden weapon if she had absolutely no other choice.
And then it hits Light. She did it. She actually used the hidden scrap of the Death Note he gave her to kill Mello. Now the immediate threat is gone, but this creates a massive new problem. Takada is now a living witness who knows the real notebook was swapped for a fake. She has just become the single biggest liability to his entire plan.
And this brings us to Light's solution, which is just chillingly logical and completely, utterly ruthless. He's faced with this new, unexpected piece on the board, so he decides he needs to remove it. Permanently.
So publicly, Light is playing the part of the concerned leader, racing to the scene with his team to rescue his spokesperson. But privately, hidden away in his watch, he has his own piece of the notebook. He uses the chaos of the so-called rescue as the perfect cover for his real move.
This moment right here, this is peak Light Yagami. It just shows you his ice-cold detachment. While his own team is panicking, Light is calmly writing her name, dictating the exact terms of her death. He forces her to commit suicide by setting fire to the truck she's in, making sure that her body and any evidence it might hold is completely destroyed.
So, in one swift, brutal move, Light turns an absolute disaster into a huge advantage. Mello, the agent of chaos, is gone. Takata, the dangerous loose end, is silenced forever. All the evidence is literally up in smoke. And most importantly, his perfect plan for the meeting with Nier is now right back on track.
And you have to understand, as he's watching the smoke rise, he doesn't see this as some tragic end. He sees it as a necessary sacrifice. For him, this isn't just about winning a game anymore. This is about paving the way for the beginning of his new world, a world where he is the god.
By wiping every unexpected problem off the board with absolute ruthlessness, Light believes he has finally crafted a foolproof, guaranteed path to victory. But this brings up the final, critical question. In a game this complex, against an opponent like Nier, can any plan, no matter how perfect it seems, truly be invincible? All right, today we are diving deep into one of the most incredible intellectual showdowns in all of fiction. We're talking two absolutely perfect plans, years in the making, all set to crash into each other in one final, inescapable trap. But what happens when a perfect plan goes up against another perfect plan? Well, let's get into it and find out.
And this line right here, this tells you everything you need to know about our main guy, Light Yagami, as he walks into this final battle. For him, it's not an ending. Oh no, it's the beginning of his brand new world. His confidence is just off the charts, and it immediately sets the stakes for everything that's about to happen.
So, where does this all go down? Of course, it's an abandoned warehouse, a place they fittingly call the Yellow Box. You've got two teams staring each other down. On one side, the brilliant Detective Nier and his task force, and on the other, Light Yagami, the man they believe is the mass murderer known as Kira. This is it. This is the end of the line.
At the very heart of this whole thing, you've got two geniuses with goals that could not be more different. You've got Light Yagami, who has this divine power, and he sees himself as the literal god of a new world without crime. And then you have Nier, who's the successor to the world's greatest detective, L, and he's here to prove that no one person should ever have the right to play judge, jury, and executioner. And this is the weapon that makes it all possible. The Death Note. It's not a gun, it's not a bomb. It's something way, way more terrifying. It's a tool for a perfect, completely untraceable murder. And the rules for how it works, they're about to become very, very important.
Okay, so here are the basic rules of the game. You write someone's name, you picture their face, and they die. Simple as that. You can get specific about how they die, but if you don't, they just have a heart attack in exactly 40 seconds. And that 40-second rule, that ticking clock, yeah, you're going to want to remember that. It's about to become the single most important detail in this entire showdown. So, let's start with the detective side of things. Nier has orchestrated this entire meeting because he is 100% convinced that he has built a flawless, inescapable trap to finally expose Kira.
And you gotta admit, the logic here is beautiful, isn't it? It's so clean. Nier basically forces Kira to show his hand, to make his move, but he's doing it with a deck of cards that Nier has already secretly rigged. The last step is just simple deduction. The only person left alive has to be the real Kira. It really does feel like a perfect checkmate.
And this quote right here, man, it just shows you how incredibly certain Nier is. He says this while Kira's guy is literally writing their names down to kill them. He's not just confident, he truly believes he's taken control of the murder weapon itself. In his mind, failure is not an option.
But just when you think it's all over, just as Nier is laying out his perfect plan, you hear it. A slow, condescending laugh from Light Yagami. Turns out, the trap was expected. This whole scenario wasn't Nier's checkmate at all. It was just one more move in Light's own much bigger game.
And boom! Just like that, the entire game flips on its head. The hunter has just become the hunted. Light reveals that he didn't just walk into a trap, he let Nier spring it, because his own trap was always one layer deeper. So what was Light's plan? Well, it's brilliant because it's a perfect mirror image of Nier's. For every single move Near made, Light already had a counter ready to go. He knew they'd try to tamper with the notebook, so he created a decoy for them to find, all while the real killing was happening somewhere else. It's just a masterclass in misdirection.
And this, right here, is the absolute core of the whole trick. Near's entire perfect trap was focused on a complete, worthless fake. He put all his time and energy into neutralizing a decoy, while the real Death Note, the one being used to write their names down at this very moment, was never even on his radar.
So, with his ace revealed, Light just can't help himself. He has to take a victory lap, right? He doesn't just want to win, he needs to explain in painful detail just how much smarter his plan was and why Near was always going to fail.
And man, this is just the ultimate burn. Light dismisses Near not as an opponent, but as a cheap copy of his real rival, L. He basically says Near failed because he wasn't smart enough, because he didn't even consider the most basic kind of deception. This isn't just a win, it's an intellectual demolition.
And that's it. We're in the endgame now. Light's plan worked. The names of all his enemies are officially in the real Death Note. The scheming is over, the talking is over. Now all that's left is to wait.
And so it begins. That 40-second clock starts ticking down. Remember, that's how long it takes for a heart attack to kick in after a name is written. For Light Yagami, this isn't a countdown to death. It's the countdown to the birth of his perfect world.
You can just hear him counting aloud, savoring every single moment. 31, 32, 33. He's not even trying to hide it anymore. He's just enjoying his triumph, watching the faces of the people who are about to die and prove his genius to the world. 38, 39. The tension in the air is just unbearable. This is it, the moment of truth, the final second of a years-long game of cat and mouse. And then, 40.
And right on that 40-second mark, the mask is gone completely. Light just lets it all out in this triumphant scream, declaring his victory and his real identity. This is it. This is the moment he proves to everyone, and to himself, that he is justice, that he is a god, that he is Kira.
And then, nothing. Dead silence. Nobody falls. Everybody is still standing. Light's perfect, flawless, multi-layered plan has failed. And as you see the shock and total disbelief wash over his face, we're all left hanging on one final, chilling question. In a war of minds where every single thing was accounted for, what was the one variable that nobody, not even Kira, saw coming?
All right, let's dive right in and break down one of the most brilliant and satisfying checkmates in all of anime history, that final, fatal showdown between Light Yagami and Near. So, picture the scene. We're in this tense, abandoned warehouse, and Light Yagami, our self-proclaimed god of the new world, is just bursting with confidence. He's literally counting down the seconds, a smirk on his face, totally convinced that his enemies are about to drop dead right in front of him. And then the 40 seconds are up. And nothing. Crickets. The task force, the SPK, Near himself, they're all just staring back at him. Light's perfect plan has just completely imploded. So how? How did a genius like Light get outplayed so completely? Well, that's exactly what we're about to unpack. Okay, to really get how this all went so wrong for Light, we have to look at the absolutely masterful trap Near laid for him. It was a perfect storm of psychological warfare and just unbelievably meticulous planning, all designed to use Light's own ego against him. See, Light's whole plan hinged on one single fatal assumption. He set up a fake notebook for his proxy, Teru Mikami, because he was positive Near would find it and mess with it. But what Light never ever saw coming was that Near would take it one giant step further. Near didn't just tamper with the fake, he found the real Death Note and replaced the entire thing. And this is where things get just insane. The skill of Near's agent Giovanni was almost superhuman. We're talking about locating the real notebook, creating a flawless forgery down to the tiniest detail, and swapping it out all in one night. And he did it so perfectly that Mikami, a guy whose entire life is about rigid, obsessive routine, had no idea. It was an impossible job done perfectly. I mean, the forgery was so good that when Mikami showed up to that warehouse, he was holding what he thought was the ultimate weapon, but it was totally powerless. And all the while, Near was holding the real deal, effectively turning Light's own power against him. But that brings up a really big question, right? How did Giovanni even know where to find the real notebook? I mean, it was hidden in a bank vault? Well, this is where this story takes a huge, tragic turn, and where L's other successor makes his final move. You know, even at the very peak of his victory, Nier himself admits it. He says, I couldn't have done this alone. The crucial piece of the puzzle, it wasn't found by him. It was handed to him by his rival Mello in one last explosive act. Just look at this chain reaction Mello set off. By kidnapping Kira's spokesperson Kiyomi Takada, he created absolute chaos. It forced Mikami to panic. Thinking Light couldn't make a move, Mikami broke his own sacred routine. He ran to the bank to get the real notebook, and that one tiny slip-up was all Giovanni needed to see exactly where it was hidden. Let's be real, Mello had to know that this plan was gonna get him killed. But he also knew something way more important, that by himself, he couldn't beat L, and neither could Nier. They were two sides of the same coin. It was only by working together, by forcing Kira into a corner, that they could finally win. Mello's death wasn't a loss, it was the checkmate move. So all of this, the perfect trap, Mello's sacrifice, it all comes to a head in this final, incredible collapse. The notebooks are out, the plan is toast, and Light Yagami has absolutely nowhere left to run. The game is up, and the mask doesn't just slip, it shatters. With this wild, crazed look in his eyes, Light finally confesses. And he doesn't just admit it, he screams it, he revels in it, daring them to do anything about it. And this is where we see just how far gone he is. He launches into this stunning, unhinged monologue, trying to justify 6 years of mass murder. He's saying that because of him, wars have stopped, crime is down, that he's not a killer, he's a savior who is perfecting a rotten world. But Nier is just not having any of it. He calmly, coldly, cuts right through that god complex. He brushes aside all the grandstanding and just lays out the simple, ugly truth. Light's not a god, he's not justice, he's just a murderer who got his hands on the deadliest weapon in human history and was completely corrupted by it. So, in the total chaos that follows, Light makes one final, desperate play. He gets shot up by Matsuda for it, but his final fate, well, that gets decided by a being who's just been watching this whole time, eating apples. I mean, even after being shot multiple times, Light is still scrambling, still trying to win. He pulls out a hidden piece of the Death Note from his watch to try and write Nier's name. It's the last desperate gasp of a man who just cannot accept that he's lost. And that's when Ryuk, the Shinigami, finally decides to chime in. He's seen enough. For him, the entertainment is over, and he casually reminds Light of a little promise he made all those years ago. Now, you have to remember, Ryuk isn't doing this for justice or because he's on Nier's side. He doesn't care about any of that. He's just following the rules of the game. It was always going to end this way. The Shinigami who dropped the notebook is the one who writes the first human user's name when their time is up. And his reason for doing it now? Well, it's probably the most chilling part of the entire series. He doesn't want to wait around for Light to die in a prison cell. Why? Because, as he says, that would just be boring. The fun is over, so it's time to pack it in. And with those cold, casual words, Ryuk writes Light Yagami in his own death note. The boy who wanted to be a god dies of a heart attack, alone on a staircase. His reign of terror doesn't end with some grand finale, but on the whim of a bored god of death. And that leaves us with a question at the very heart of Death Note. Was Light a visionary, a hero who just went too far? Or was he a monster from the second he picked up that notebook? It's a question fans are still debating to this very day.